Chapter 2018 Battle at Wildhammer. Due to the frightening power the axe-wielding giant player had just displayed, the bystanders on the street had fallen silent. When they looked at the shattered ground beneath the giant player's feet, they could not help but grow nervous. So strong. Zero Wing isn't seriously attacking Wildhammer Town, is it? Has Zero Wing gone insane? It actually dares to attack Wildhammer Town directly. If they had been confused about why such a small group from Zero Wing had appeared in Wildhammer Town, they weren't now. Zero Wing intended to strike out against the Starlight Alliance, and it would use Wildhammer Town to do it, the Alliance's most important base. Just as the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, Zero Wing's Tier 2 giant players annihilated the first 100-man patrol squad that had greeted them. Even Knight's Judgment's Tier 2 players fell helplessly before the giant berserkers. After witnessing the giant players' combat power, the bystanders fled the scene, only daring to watch the battle from a long, safe distance. "Commander, the bystanders have left the battlefield. Should we open fire?" One of the players on duty at the defense turret turned to 8 Feathers, asking for confirmation. Zero Wing's giant players had displayed far greater combat power than they had expected. The patrol squad had consisted of 100 elite and expert players from Knight's Judgment, yet these several dozen intruders had wiped out the squad in less than 10 seconds. The giant players' mighty strength had carved out numerous craters on the town's main street. If these players were allowed to wreak havoc, Wildhammer Town would suffer significant damage. Sure enough, Zero Wing has come prepared. Open fire. Annihilate them before they leave that street. We cannot let them cause damage to the rest of the town. 8 Feathers commanded through the team chat. Even he felt slightly threatened as he watched Zero Wing's giant players. If they were allowed to destroy the town and kill these players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Upon hearing 8 Feathers' command, the players manning the town's defense turrets went into action. Very quickly, over a dozen defense turrets turned and fired upon the giant players simultaneously. A series of explosions rang out from the defense turrets. With the turrets' range and AoE attacks, Zero Wing's members had no hope of escaping the blast radius in time. However, a dozen or so Tier 2 shield warriors among the giant players suddenly stepped forward and raised their shields, receiving the cannon shells. Boom. The cannon shells exploded as they collided with the shields, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even the players some distance away could feel them. However, once the dust settled, the revealed scene stupefied the watching players. Not only had the giant shield warriors survived the attacks, but they also remained in their original positions. Not one of them had taken a single step back. Moreover, the shield warriors hadn't even lost 10% of their HPs. How high is their defense? Those were Tier 3 attacks. The players manning the defense turrets stared at the barely injured intruders in astonishment. The defense turrets' cannon shells could even deal over -300,000 damage to Tier 3 NPCs. The attacks would kill players instantly if they landed. A Tier 2 shield warrior with both a berserk skill and a life-saving skill might survive, but only barely. However, the giant players had taken almost no damage after receiving the defense turrets' attacks. They would look as good as new if they simply dusted off their armor. "Commander, what should we do?" the players manning the defense turrets asked 8 Feathers desperately. "Prepare to fire another round. Once the cooldown ends, fire." Even 8 Feathers watched Zero Wing's giant players with a grim expression. Finishing them off would take quite some time with how high these giants' defense and strength were. Meanwhile, these dozen or so giant players would wreak havoc in Wildhammer Town. The moment 8 Feathers finished issuing his command, he caught sight of more giant players emerging from the black hole. He was so shocked that his mind froze momentarily. But contrary to his expectations, these giant players didn't start a rampant slaughter. After exiting the black hole, the new arrivals guarded their position alongside the first group of giants. "Quick! Notify the guild leader. Request reinforcements to Wildhammer Town immediately." 8 Feathers barked as a foreboding feeling overwhelmed him. When one normally launched a surprise attack on an opponent's town, They do their best to avoid the town's defenses and cause as much destruction as possible. After all, the defense turrets and arrow towers' power was no laughing matter, and every guild town had plenty of NPC soldiers for security. Once the invaders were surrounded, they'd be doomed. However, Zero Wing's giant players showed no intention of doing so. They simply stood on the main street and wasted time as they fell into a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at the situation, their behavior seemed foolish. The more time Zero Wing wasted, the more of an advantage the town's defenders would have. But was Zero Wing truly that foolish? As 8 Feathers watched more giant players gather on the main street, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't tremble with excitement, but because he had considered a possibility. His enemy didn't care about advantages or disadvantages. Zero Wing had full confidence in its ability to capture Wildhammer Town. The players manning the defense turret felt that 8 Feathers was making a mountain of a molehill. The intruders were merely a small group of giant players, not a 1 million strong army. Did they really need every guild in the Starlight Alliance to send reinforcements? However, despite their opinions, they followed the Rangers' orders and contacted their guild leader, letting him decide what should be done. After a short moment, 1,000 giant players had gathered in Wildhammer Town. The crowd's breathing grew heavy as they watched the invaders. A single giant player could easily negate a defense turret's attack, and 1,000 of these monstrous players now stood in the middle of their town. Tension shot through the town's independent players and those from Knight's Judgment. When everyone began to assume that nothing else would emerge from the black hole, a figure, which was considerably smaller than the giant players, appeared. When they saw this figure, both the independent players and Knight's Judgment's members grew even more nervous. Black Flame? Black Flame is leading the attack himself. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. He was a legendary existence that had the power to stand against a Tier 4 mythic monster by himself for a short time. Even now, everyone could easily recall his achievements. Guild leader Black Flame, you actually decided to visit Wildhammer Town personally? This is truly surprising. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? 8 Feathers asked, deliberately dragging his words to buy time. Relying on a bunch of defense turrets and NPC soldiers wouldn't be nearly enough against an expert with mythic-level combat power. They needed to use their guild's trump card, but activating it required time. Since the Starlight Alliance has declared war on Zero Wing, we are here to issue our response and wipe the Starlight Alliance from Starmoon Kingdom's map. Shifeng responded, his tone casual. It was as if he knew that 8 Feathers was trying to buy time and didn't mind at all. Do you think that's really possible with just 1,000 players? Glancing at the time, 8 Feathers grinned and shouted, activate the magic array. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array manifested, enveloping the main street and several adjacent streets. The intruding expert's basic attributes plummeted as the powerful pressure from the array washed over them. This was Wildhammer Town's trump card _a large-scale intermediate magic array that could even survive against a mythic monster's attacks for a considerable amount of time. The enemy players caught within the array would lose at least 20% of their basic attributes. Why not? Shifeng responded by activating Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 2019, Destruction of Wildhammer. The instant Shifeng activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, a silver ripple spread out from him. When the silver ripple passed through the non-Zero Wing members, their bodies immediately felt heavier as their basic attributes decreased. Even their reaction speeds had become slightly sluggish. Meanwhile, this silver ripple quickly engulfed the entire Wildhammer Town. What's going on? Why can't I contact the outside world? When the ripple stopped expanding and disappeared, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire Wildhammer Town. Some of the players inside the town quickly discovered that communications with the outside world had been completely cut off. They couldn't even access Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. The Starlight Alliance members present in the town started panicking. Not only were their basic attributes and physique heavily suppressed, but they were also rendered incommunicado. They naturally wouldn't be able to ask for reinforcements and could only deal with the 1,000 giant players, who suddenly had their attributes enhanced, all by themselves. They were already at an absolute disadvantage even when fighting against the giants in their normal state. Now that the gap in attributes had been further widened. Alright, I won't mind if anyone else inside the town wishes to help the Starlight Alliance. Now, let's start a delightful fight. Shifeng said as he swept a glance at the various independent players and adventurer teams, who were showing hints of wanting to take action. Although Shifeng did not speak that loudly, it would be hard for everyone not to hear him as the street was deathly silent right now. The various independent players and adventurer team members involuntarily avoided his gaze, their eyes wide with fear. Amazing! With just a few words, black flames scared the players that were planning to take advantage of the situation into an action. Of course, after seeing all the cards Zero Wing has revealed thus far, in addition to hearing Black Flame's calm tone, who would dare make an enemy out of Zero Wing now? As expected of Zero Wing's guild leader, with his charisma and intelligence, the Starlight Alliance will definitely have their hands full dealing with Zero Wing. With this, the Starlight Alliance will most likely have a difficult time getting the players inside the town to help out. When the upper echelon of the various guilds that were not part of the Starlight Alliance saw this scene, they felt great admiration for Shifeng. At the same time, their wariness of Zero Wing also further increased. At this moment, 8 Feathers, who had reached the battlefield, waved his hand. Immediately, several players hidden along the street took out Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and aimed the scrolls at Shifeng. In the next moment, gigantic magic arrays bloomed above the main street, one after another. Black Flame, pay for your arrogance. 8 Feathers shouted as he glared at Shifeng and the other members of Zero Wing. Attack! 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells activated simultaneously, the AoE of the spells covering the entire main street. The power of the spells was much greater than the attacks of the defense turrets. Shields also wouldn't be effective against these spells. MTs could only endure them. Even if the giant shield warriors activated their life-saving skills and survived this combined attack, they would most likely have very little HP remaining. As for Shifeng, even if the swordsman was more amazing, he would not be able to kill the 9 players activating the 9 magic scrolls within the scroll's short activation time. The 9 gigantic magic arrays in the sky immediately released a blinding glow and started rapidly sucking up the mana available in Wildhammer Town's main street. However, even after seeing that the 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells were about to activate, Shifeng still showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he merely waved his hand casually. Forbidden Domain. A gray ripple spread out from Shifeng and shattered the magic arrays in the sky, allowing the rampaging mana to calm down. Following which, the 9 large-scale destruction spells vanished without accomplishing anything. What? Why does he have a large-scale silencing domain? 8 Feathers' eyes widened as he checked the 9 players responsible for activating the large-scale destruction magic scrolls. At this moment, the magic scrolls these players previously wielded had already disappeared. This situation was clearly the effect of the silence debuff. The silence debuff made attacks using skills and spells impossible. If they were to fight inside this silencing domain's AoE, they would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now, their only way to repulse Zero Wing's members was by utilizing the defense turrets and arrow towers. Although these defensive structures would have little to no effect against Zero Wing's giant players, these defensive structures could still buy them time to escape the silencing domain's AoE. Just as 8 Feathers was about to have the defense turrets and arrow towers bombard the main street, a clear and crisp voice suddenly entered his ears. Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn now. Hopefully, this spell will be to your satisfaction. Shifeng said as he pointed a finger to the sky. Flame Domain. Immediately after, 8 Feathers saw a massive, crimson magic array appear overhead, covering nearly half of the entire main street. Not good. At this moment, the magic array encompassed every Starlight Alliance member on the main street before 8 Feathers could order a retreat, however, a column of flames descended from the magic array, the flames visible to all the players in Wildhammer Town. The ground within the AoE of Flame Domain instantly turned into lava. Meanwhile, even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs didn't survive, dying and turning into ashes after getting caught within the fiery hell for a few seconds. After the column of flames disappeared, the scene that appeared had all the onlookers gasping involuntarily. Several thousand players and a few hundred NPC soldiers had disappeared, just like that. Now, nearly half of the main street was void of life, with plenty of player items strewn across the street. Most importantly, the players killed by the column of flames were the main fighting force of the Starlight Alliance. This loss was much more severe than if the Starlight Alliance had lost several tens of thousands of Tier 1 elite members. After all, while Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts were somewhat capable of hindering Zero Wings giant players, Tier 1 elite players were practically cannon fodder in front of the Tier 2 giant players. As for Shi Feng, after seeing that he had torn a hole in the enemy encirclement, he commanded, "Everyone advance. Our target is Knight's Judgment's residence." A part of the reason why capturing a town or city was considered difficult was the external defenses. Enemies would have a difficult time breaking into the town or city. However, unlike cities, towns did not have defensive magic arrays to prevent enemies from teleporting directly into the town via a skill or tool. In a situation where the defense turrets and arrow towers were ineffective, the only trouble they would face was the Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers garrisoning the town. Previously, the Starlight Alliance's Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers had a considerable numerical advantage. However, after the blast from Flame Domain, that advantage had diminished. Moreover, Miniature World was also suppressing the surviving players and NPCs. Hence, Shi Feng was no longer worried about facing any problems and commanded his team to head straight for their target. After Shi Feng gave the command, the 1,000 giant players promptly charged toward Knight's Judgment's guild residence. The Tier 2 giant berserkers in front easily tore through the Starlight Alliance's defensive lines. The Starlight Alliance's members could not even slow Zero Wings' advance. Only the Tier 2 experts that had activated their berserk skills could contend against the giants. However, Zero Wings giant players also possessed berserk skills. Like rampaging wild beasts, the several Tier 2 giant berserkers who had activated Power of Darkness were capable of killing over a dozen players with a single attack. Even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs received a one-sided beating when going up against them. Presented with this scene, the spectating independent players did not dare to leave their current positions, deeply afraid of attracting the attention of these violent giant players. As for the adventurer teams and members of small guilds that were previously planning to take advantage of the situation to attack Zero Wing, they had given up entirely on their thoughts. They also celebrated the fact that they had not hastily taken action. Before the players inside Wildhammer Town could recover from their shock, Zero Wings giant players had already charged into Knight's Judgment's heavily fortified residence, destroyed the guild flag located on the first underground floor, and obtained Wildhammer Town's town order. With this, the Starlight Alliance had lost all control over Wildhammer Town. Chapter 2020 Great Changes Star Moon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Due to indications that Zero Wing would take action, many of the Starlight Alliance's members had gathered a short distance away from Zero Wing City and were grinding there, thoroughly sealing off the paths leading from the city, while quietly awaiting Zero Wing's next move. However, standing atop a hill a short distance away from Zero Wing City, Shadowlight Axe, the guild leader of Knight's Judgment, was currently confused and agitated. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly received news that Knight's Judgment had lost control over Wildhammer Town. Moreover, this was directly announced into the ears of every guild member of Knight's Judgment. Guild System: Zero Wing has captured Wildhammer Town's town order. Wildhammer Town will no longer be under Knight's Judgment's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Although Shi Feng's Miniature World sealed off the communications of players caught within the skill's AoE, it could not prevent the release of the notification of the guild town's capture. As long as one was a member of Knight's Judgment, they would immediately receive news of Wildhammer Town's capture. This could be considered a morale punishment toward a guild that failed to defend its town. Wildhammer Town got captured? How is this possible? What did Zero Wing do? The sudden notification threw Knight's Judgment's members for a loop. Wildhammer Town was a town their guild had fortified heavily. Just the players garrisoning the town numbered over 20,000. There were also more than 24 static defenses built in the town, as well as thousands of NPC soldiers. Most importantly, Knight's Judgment had invested a lot of money into building a sturdy wall, which encompassed the entire town and prevented players from vaulting over it. The only way to get into the town was by destroying the wall. However, doing so would be extremely difficult. Even 100 Tier 2 players targeting a single section of the wall would need to launch numerous attacks to reduce the wall's durability by just 1 point. Even if Zero Wing's members had war weapons like cannons, they should still take quite some time to breach the wall. Hence, Knight's Judgment's members found it truly hard to imagine that such a Wii 11 fortified town could actually be captured, and within only a short time. At this moment, confusion plagued the entire Knight's Judgment. Even Shadowlight Axe, who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, wore an ashen complexion, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Guild leader, let's rush back to Wildhammer Town now. We can't let Zero Wing get away with this so easily. A level 59, Tier 2 male cleric urged anxiously. Even if a guild town's town order were snatched, the town would not immediately switch owners. The ruling guild would simply lose control of the town. If the ruling guild could snatch the town order back within an hour, the town would promptly return to the ruling guild's control. No, we're out of time for that, Shadowlight Axe said as he shook his head in frustration. What we need to do now is head immediately to Warring Empire's Golden Flow Town. Also, look into how Zero Wing managed to capture Wildhammer Town. Afterward, we'll discuss with the rest of the Alliance how we should proceed. Nowadays, Wildhammer Town was Knight's Judgment's main support. It was precisely because of Wildhammer Town's existence that Knight's Judgment received a large amount of funding, gaining an advantage over the other major powers. Without Wildhammer Town, Knight's Judgment's position would plummet into oblivion. If it were possible to take back Wildhammer Town's town order, he, too, wished to do so. However, Knight's Judgment's main army was currently far from Wildhammer Town. With their ability to teleport to the town robbed, they would need over an hour to reach Wildhammer Town even if they took the shortest route and traveled non-stop by mount. Not to mention, there were also plenty of high-level monsters on the way there. Understood. I'll contact the other guilds of the Alliance. The male cleric had no choice but to nod in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Although he felt unreconciled to simply letting Zero Wing gain Wildhammer Town, he was helpless. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing capturing Wildhammer Town spread like wildfire across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After all, the matter of a guild town falling was staggering news that could not be kept a secret. Not to mention, the various large guilds and adventurer teams of Starmoon Kingdom were all paying close attention to the situation at the Witch's Hill. Are you kidding me? That Wildhammer Town actually fell to Zero Wing? What did Zero Wing do? Could this information be fake? When the players of Starmoon Kingdom found out about this matter, their first reaction was denial. After all, how could such a well-fortified town fall so easily? Moreover, Zero Wing had captured the town so quickly that almost no news about it had leaked beforehand. The only thing everyone knew before this was that Zero Wing had suddenly gathered 1,000 Tier 2 experts. However, what could 1,000 Tier 2 experts possibly do against a guild town? It would be sheer suicide to attack a guild town with such a small force. Just the NPC soldiers inside the town would be more than enough to kill these experts. Meanwhile, the news of Zero Wing suddenly capturing Wildhammer Town sent the ferment in Starmoon Kingdom into an immediate and rapid cooldown. The various major powers automatically took a step back and started observing the situation more carefully. After all, if Zero Wing was capable of capturing even a WH fortified town like Wildhammer Town, then it was definitely more than capable of capturing the guild towns of smaller guilds like theirs. I really underestimated Zero Wing. To think it would capture Wildhammer town so quickly, no wonder Zero Wing dares to resist Blackwater. Snow Scar, who currently stood inside one of the 4 towers of elements, was surprised to receive news about this sudden development. Commander, are we going to give up on destroying the 4 towers of elements, then? A level 60, Tier 2 assassin asked in a quiet tone. Let's wait a little while longer and see what actions the Starlight Alliance takes. The Alliance has suffered a considerable setback with the loss of Wildhammer Town. It definitely won't be able to sit still and do nothing. It will take some sort of action. And when it does, we'll have our opportunity, Snow Scar replied, chuckling. The main reason why the Starlight Alliance was able to develop so rapidly in the Witch's Hill was the 2 guild towns it controlled. Now that the number of guild towns it controlled had been halved, if the Alliance still refused to take action, there would be only one outcome. The resources available in a single town wouldn't be enough for so many corporations to share. It also wouldn't be enough for the various member guilds of the Alliance. At that time, some corporations and guilds would choose to withdraw from the Alliance. Eventually, the Starlight Alliance would naturally disappear from Star Moon Kingdom. Snow Scar had to admit that Zero Wing was truly vicious to deal such a fatal blow to the Starlight Alliance. Of course, achieving what Zero Wing achieved was also extremely difficult, to begin with. Witch's Hill, Golden Flow Town. Due to Wildhammer Town's capture, the entire Starlight Alliance was currently in chaos. After receiving a call from Shadowlight Axe, the representatives of every member guild had gathered in Warring Empire's residence to hold an emergency meeting. Zero Wing is truly ruthless. With this single move, it silenced the entire kingdom. As things stand, we'll have a much more difficult time locking down the Million Forest, Wind Cloud, Sin Realm's representative and a Tier 2 assassin said. Turning to Shadowlight Axe, he smiled and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this or any information to report? Don't tell me you still haven't found out a single thing about what happened in Wildhammer Town even now." Aside from being one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, Windcloud was also the most famous assassin in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many experts and guild leaders of first-rate guilds had fallen at his hands before he joined Sin Realm. Only after suffering defeat at Lone Beacon's hands did he join Sin Realm. My side has already received a report on what happened in Wildhammer Town. According to the report, Zero Wing raided Wildhammer Town suddenly by means of teleportation. Although only 1,000 people were teleported into the town, these 1,000 people were no ordinary players. They were all 4 meters tall and possessed extraordinary strength and defense. They could contend against level 80, Tier 2 NPCs head-on and survive the attacks of defense turrets without receiving much damage, Shadowlight Axe said. He also did not forget to show the battle videos recorded. So, the equivalent of 1,000 monster players? Roaring Flame, War Rider's commander, said, frowning. What frightening combat power! If the fight occurs in a narrow place like the street of a town, they will indeed be very difficult to deal with. Roaring Flame frequently fought large-scale battles, so he understood very clearly how powerful these 1,000 giant players would be in an urban battle. Battles inside of towns were different from battles out in the fields. Executing large-scale battle formations was extremely difficult inside a town. Rather, units of several hundred or several thousand players would be more suitable in such a situation. We have too little information. We have never before heard about any of the cards Zero Wing has just shown. If we had, Zero Wing never would have succeeded. Shadowlight Axe exclaimed. That's right. However, what we need to do now is take back Wildhammer Town. Although Zero Wing has these giant players, we have monster players on our side. Moreover, we outnumber Zero Wing considerably. The only problem is that domain skill Black Flame used. Its suppression effect is simply too powerful. If we have some way to resist it, the problem would be solved much more easily, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, said as he nodded in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Dealing with the giant players was not a problem. After all, their side had monster players. According to the information they received, the combat power of their monster players should be equal to that of Zero Wing's giant players. No need to worry about this. I have a tool here that has a powerful suppression force, although the cost of activating it is very high. This tool can also summon powerful monsters. Although it can't summon a lot of monsters, their quality is top-notch. They are much more powerful than even the evil beasts found in ancient Rock City. In the past, when Zero Wing launched a large-scale attack against ancient Rock City, it could only retreat in defeat when faced with those evil beasts. With these summon monsters, we should not have any problem retaking Wildhammer Town, Wind Cloud said, smiling. We'll have to depend on Brother Wind afterward, then. Shadowlight Axe breathed out a sigh of relief. Wildhammer Town's defenses were far from being a match for ancient Rock Cities. It also didn't have a defensive magic array protecting it. Although Wind Cloud wouldn't be able to summon many monsters, if they included the support of a large number of monster players, retaking Wildhammer Town should be feasible. After all, Zero Wing lacked numbers. However, just as the gathered representatives were about to discuss further how they should retake Wildhammer Town, a person suddenly barged into the room with a panicked expression. When this person entered, everyone inside the room could hear quite the commotion coming from outside. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know that we're holding an important meeting? Skyview demanded of the guild member that barged in. Guild leader. Not good. A large number of giant players have suddenly appeared outside. The level 57 berserker reported while panting. Chapter 2021, Sudden Appearance in Golden Flow Town. After the jittery berserker reported what was happening outside the residence, the entire meeting room fell silent. How is this possible? Why would Zero Wing's members be here? Didn't they just capture Wildhammer Town? Are you sure you saw correctly? This sudden development stupefied everyone inside the meeting room. Their minds simply could not process this turn of events. Even though the reporting berserker had already explained things clearly, they still found an attack on Golden Flow Town inconceivable. Zero Wing had just fought a battle in Wildhammer Town. No matter how powerful Zero Wing's giant players were, they would definitely have suffered some losses. Meanwhile, only a little over 2 hours had passed since Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town. Logically, Zero Wing should be prioritizing taking over of Wildhammer Town instead of launching another attack. Zero Wing's unconventional way of doing things messed up their original plans. We haven't even gone to reclaim Wildhammer Town, yet Zero Wing is already knocking on our doors? Wind Cloud revealed a playful smile at this situation. Zero Wing is too arrogant. As soon as it captured Wildhammer Town, it is trying to take Golden Flow Town? Is Zero Wing planning on annihilating the Starlight Alliance in one fell swoop? Shadowlight Axe, on the other hand, revealed a dark expression. In his opinion, the main reason why Zero Wing was able to capture Wildhammer Town before was the Starlight Alliance's ignorance of the existence of the giant players and of Zero Wing's ability to teleport 1,000 players directly into a town. Had the Alliance known about these things and prepared beforehand, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to take down Wildhammer Town at all. Zero Wing most likely doesn't know that we have already gathered our combat power in Golden Flow Town and is launching a preemptive strike, Skyview said, frowning as a hint of rage flashed across his eyes. Hurriedly, he turned to the reporting berserker and ordered, "Relay my commands. Have every expert in the guild gather in Golden Flow Town. I want Zero Wing's visit here to be a one-way trip. However, it is best if we proceed with caution. We should not take Black Flame lightly. He might have some traps set up for us," Wind Cloud cautioned. Wildhammer Town and Golden Flow Town served as the Starlight Alliance's foundation. Even the loss of one could push the Alliance to the brink of annihilation. If both towns were lost, the Starlight Alliance would be done for. Hence, they needed to be extra careful in this upcoming battle. This is certain. I will have everyone in Star Moon Kingdom understand that Zero Wing is already old news. The future Star Moon Kingdom will belong to the Starlight Alliance. Skyview said, sneering. Gather every monster player inside the town. Prepare all the war weapons and magic scrolls we have. Let's go and meet Zero Wing. Let's hope that's the case, Wind Cloud muttered in exasperation. He felt that Skyview wasn't listening to him at all. However, he also had to admit that the current Golden Flow town was quite unlike the lightly defended Wildhammer town of before, what with the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, experts, and elites all gathered here. Afterward, the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon went into action, ordering their guild experts to gather at Golden Flow town. At the same time, they also had their subordinates, who were already in town, form an encirclement around Zero Wing's giant players, to prevent Zero Wing from wreaking havoc on the town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's 1,000 giant players were already engaged in battle all over Golden Flow town. Due to the effects of Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, the Starlight Alliance's members and NPC soldiers were at a total disadvantage. Giants sent players flying all around. Craters pocked the various streets. Rather than a battle between players, this scene looked more like a monster siege instead. The independent players inside the town could not help but be stunned upon seeing this scene. The strength and defense that Zero Wing's giant players possessed were absurd. The town's level 80 NPC soldiers were simply a joke before these giants. However, under the commands of the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, a defensive encirclement quickly formed around Zero Wing's members. Multiple teams led by Tier 2 experts started using magic arrays to suppress the giant players and then engage these giant players in battle. Among the various teams, the ones led by guild upper echelons possessed the greatest strength. Not only were these teams composed entirely of Tier 2 players, but every team member was also an expert that was capable of reaching the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least. Due to the assistance of magic barriers, these experts could cooperate with each other to take advantage of the giant players' slow movement speed and reaction speed. Each expert team could go up against several giant players at a time. The teams led by the Starlight Alliance's 4 strongest powers performed even more fiercely. Wielding a flaming, magic staff, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, released one fire-type spell after another, the power of each spell rivaling that of Tier 3 spells. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast, a perfect counter to the slow giant players. All by himself, Skyview managed to deplete a Tier 2 giant player's HP in just a dozen seconds or so. After battling for around 3 minutes, Skyview's 100-man team killed a giant team made up of a dozen or so giant players. Skyview then led his team to patch up the holes that had formed in the defensive encirclement, preventing other giant teams from advancing. However, although the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon teams performed well against the giant players, their efforts were negligible as they could cover only so much ground at a time. The corpses of the Starlight Alliance's members filled many other locations in the town. Zero Wing. Skyview's complexion turned very ugly as he looked at the corpses of his guildmates strewn across the street he stood on. In the name of the Warring Empire, I definitely will not let any of you leave this place alive. This situation was simply horrible. Every Warring Empire member currently fighting in the town was an elite player at the very minimum. Among them, many were even expert players. These players were the mainstays of the guild. With so many of these elite and expert players dying, Warring Empire would need a very long time to recover afterward. At this moment, the other guild upper echelons were also experiencing the might of the giant players and Shifeng's Miniature World. This situation was indeed outside of their expectations. Brother Wind, are you still not ready? Skyview asked through a call with Windcloud. It's done. Windcloud, who was currently holding a ceremony in Warring Empire's residence, replied, smiling. As soon as Windcloud said so, the sky above Golden Flow Town suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5,000 level 50+ players taking part in the ceremony in the residence disintegrated instantly, their bodies transforming into pitch-black smoke that gathered in the sky. Afterward, the smoke started descending in streams, one after another. Upon reaching the ground, each stream of smoke took on a humanoid shape. Even the weakest among these humanoid gas life forms was a level 70 Great Lord, with several among them being level 70+ Grand Lords. These gas life forms easily numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, the eyes of every one of these smoke monsters shone with intelligence. In addition to the appearance of these smoke monsters, the suppression effect of Miniature World also vanished without a trace. This move was none other than Sin Realm's strongest trump card, Death's Praise. It was a super rare epic item that could be used only once every 10 days. This move from Sin Realm is amazing. The smoke monster's astonished roaring flame, who was commanding the members of the War Riders. Even an army of 3,000 Tier 2 players would most likely fall if attacked by so many of these smoke monsters. Could everyone tighten the encirclement and kill every giant player in sight? Skyview commanded. Without the suppression of Miniature World, even the Great Lord-ranked smoke monsters would be able to go toe-to-toe against the giant players. As for the Grand Lords, they possessed combat power superior to the giant players, and there were more than 50 of these Grand Lords. After just a short moment, Zero Wing's giant players started getting pushed back. Now, these giant players no longer dared to operate in parties or small teams, as they would be killed off easily if they did so. Zero Wing sure is gullible. Does it really think it can take down Golden Flow Town as easily as it did Wildhammer Town, using just 1,000 players? Since Zero Wing dares to look down on our Starlight Alliance, we should teach Zero Wing's members the consequences of overreaching. I'm really looking forward to the expression of regret Black Flame is going to make. After this battle, I'll definitely compile a close-up video of this battle and post it onto the official forums for him. While the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were merrily chatting among themselves, the Starlight Alliance's army cornered Zero Wing's forces at the town's central plaza. At this moment, only a little over 700 giant players stood in the central plaza. Standing among these giant players was a cloaked man carrying 2 exquisite longswords at his waist. The cloaked man was currently observing the situation with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, this cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, a person everyone in Starmoon Kingdom was familiar with. Guild leader Black Flame. I'm sure you never thought that such a day would come for you, right? Skyview said excitedly as he looked at Shurfeng. Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. Everyone charge. Let Guild leader Black Flame know how laughable his arrogance is. Chapter 2022, True Slaughter. As soon as Skyview gave the command, the monster players and Tier 2 experts under his lead charged toward the central plaza. Black Flame, surrender your life. Once Skyview was within 50 yards of Shurfeng, he activated his Berserk skill, and the surrounding mana surged toward him. His aura intensified until it was no weaker than the monster players around him. He then pointed his staff at Shurfeng. Small, crimson magic arrays began to surround Shurfeng. Spears of raging fire then flew from the arrays, one after another. Tier 2 Curse, Violent Flame Spears. This curse was normally as powerful as a Tier 3 attack, and with the effects of Skyview's special Berserk skill, it had grown even more powerful. Now, each flame spear had the power to rival an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. Even a Tier 2 metric tons with active Berserk and life-saving skills would die instantly if they faced 28 flame spears from multiple directions. However, Shurfeng effortlessly deflected the spears with his swords. Moreover, he had done so without moving. In the end, every flame spear had brushed past him and crashed into the ground without accomplishing anything. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Skyview promptly cast his second ultimate move, the Tier 2 Curse, Flaming Fangs. Although Flaming Fangs only consisted of 5 attacks, far fewer than Violent Flame Spears, Skyview had full control of all 5. In comparison, he could only aim the Violent Flame Spears when he activated the spell. Once the spell launched the attacks, the spears' trajectories couldn't be altered. The 5 Flaming Fangs circled Shurfeng like a crimson ring around him. With how fast the Flaming Fangs moved, guessing where and when they'd strike was almost impossible. Die! Once he found an opportunity, Skyview swung his staff. The 5 flaming fangs flew toward Shifeng's blind spots, altering their trajectories multiple times as they approached. Boom, boom, boom. A round of explosions shook the battlefield, but Shivyu didn't express joy even after releasing his attacks. He had practiced flaming fangs tirelessly to master the spell. He had even created a basic combat technique of his own to amplify the spell's effectiveness, yet the galaxy of stars that had manifested around Shifeng had rendered all 5 flaming fangs useless. It was as if all of the effort he had invested was in vain. Guild Leader Sky will help you. Shadowlight Axe ran toward Skyview alongside a dozen or so monster players. No. Wait. Skyview yelled at Shadowlight Axe to stop as he watched Shifeng, who remained unharmed. With the experience of countless life-or-death battles in God's domain, Skyview had honed his instincts to an extraordinary level. He was particularly sensitive to the threat of death and danger. After his brief clash with Shifeng, he knew that the man wasn't as simple as rumors had made him seem. His Flaming Fang's attacks had the strength of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Shifeng had blocked all 5 of without any skills. The man had simply relied on his own strength. Shifeng's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. With a single mistake, they could all die in an instant. If they wanted to contend with a player of such strength, they would need multiple Great Lord-ranked monster players or the Starlight Alliance's peak experts with active berserk skills. However, only one of the dozen or so monster players accompanying Shadowlight Axe was at the Great Lord standard. Based on Shifeng's serene performance, the 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take the swordsman down. Furthermore, Shifeng hadn't activated a berserk skill. Skyview realized that he'd need many more people to defeat this man. He's already honed his instincts to such a beast-like level? Shifeng flashed Skyview a surprised look as the man kept his distance. While Skyview and Shadowlight Axe watched Shifeng warily, Roaring Flame and Wind Cloud had arrived with their respective teams. Black Flame, we've sealed off all paths out of this plaza. You and your guild members have no hope of escape. Wind Cloud shouted, smiling faintly at Shifeng. The town only had 6 paths that led to the central plaza, and the Starlight Alliance's monster players had blocked all 6. Moreover, they had used a spatial seal to lock down Golden Flow Town, preventing players from using teleportation skills or tools. Not even Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scrolls would be effective within the seal. Now, all they had to do was eliminate Shifeng and his giant players. The seal's complete already? Skyview could not help his grin after hearing Wind Cloud's declaration. Guild Leader Black Flame, it would seem that today, you will finally fall. Are you going to hand your life over obediently? Or should we take our time with killing you? Make your choice. If Shifeng's giant players had any hope of fleeing Golden Flow Town before, the Starlight Alliance's players had dashed it. Now that the seal was in place, it was only a matter of time before Shifeng and his force fell. Skyview, why are you wasting your words on him? Why don't we just kill him? Shadowlight Axe asked. What a pity. I really wanted an exciting battle, but I guess that won't be possible. Roaring Flame sighed as he glanced at the eager crowd around him. Black Flame, how can you appear so calm in the face of death? Truly arrogant. Skyview was displeased with what he saw as he watched Shifeng, who still maintained his composure. He then laughed and ridiculed, or is the almighty guild leader Black Flame scared stiff? Do you think you can turn the tables by using the same large-scale destruction spell you used in Wildhammer Town? Even if you do, it will be futile. We aren't going to stand still and let you destroy us. Even with that spell, we won't let you accomplish anything here. The Starlight Alliance members nodded in agreement. They then began to spread out. When they had learned about the means Zero Wing had used to capture Wildhammer Town, they had organized appropriate countermeasures. They had divided their main combat power into several groups. They would not let Zero Wing destroy their main combatants so easily again. It seems that everyone is here now, Shifeng said as he eyed the hundreds of monster players and smoke monsters around him. In a mild tone, he continued, in that case, let's begin the real battle. Still so calm in the face of death? Do you truly think that you have a chance? Black Flame, your arrogance ends here. Get out of the way. I'll hack him down with my axe. The Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when they heard Shifeng's reply. They clearly had the upper hand, yet Shifeng remained defiant. However, as the Starlight Alliance's ranged members moved within 40 yards of the swordsman, beginning to cast their spells and knock their arrows, Shifeng pulled a crimson globe from his bag. Suddenly, a colossal magic array formed above the crowd, driving the ambient fire-type mana berserk. In the blink of an eye, the fire-type mana gathered before Shifeng and formed an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. Once the fire spirit took shape, it released a deafening roar. It seems that you're all mistaken about something. I haven't remained here because I couldn't leave. Rather, I've been waiting for you to gather around me. Let me say it again, let's begin the real battle. Chapter 2023, Misconceived Victory. Everyone in the central plaza fell silent as the fire spirit's thunderous roar echoed through the town, its powerful aura making every player feel uncomfortable. However, the pressure they felt wasn't just due to the flame dragon's high level, but also due to the creature's superior life rating. Waiting for us to gather? Are you claiming that you're so much stronger than us? Wind Cloud questioned as he eyed the fire spirit. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng and laughed, saying, "Since that is the case, show me how this Tier 3 archaic species of yours will defeat our monster army." Smoke monsters. As Wind Cloud gave the command, the humanoid smoke monsters charged past him, running at the fire spirit. These smoke monsters were more like NPCs than ordinary monsters. They did not charge at the fire spirit as a disorderly mob. Rather, they fell into proper offensive formations. 8 level 75 Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters led the charge, smoke pulling away from their forms to create shields and spears. Like a group of hunters chasing after a large beast, they quickly surrounded the flame dragon. Behind these Grand Lords, multiple groups of 10 Great Lord-ranked smoke monsters transformed parts of their bodies into longbows. In organized rows, they knocked their arrows and prepared to launch a concentrated attack. Intense killing intent filled the central plaza. A chilling sensation encompassed the players standing close to the monsters. The smoke monsters' formation shocked everyone watching. Even the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were stupefied. What high intellect! Roaring Flame was just as stunned to see the smoke monsters move like an orderly army. He wasn't incredibly familiar with Sin Realm's trump card. It had been mentioned briefly during the meeting, but he hadn't dreamed that it would be this powerful. Militaristic formations were a large part of the reason that players could defeat a large number of powerful monsters in God's domain. Players would be able to exert greater combat power when they used such tactics than without. This was also why players could fend off monster sieges despite being outnumbered. The weakest of the hundreds of smoke monsters was a level 70 Great Lord. If these smoke monsters worked together and fought like players, they could even defeat a level 80 mythic monster, let alone a level 80, tier 3 archaic species. While these smoke monsters pin down that dragon, the rest of us will surround and attack Black Flame. Do not let him escape. Skyview commanded. As he watched the smoke monsters inch closer to the fire spirit, he knew that Shifeng's final trump card had been neutralized. He no longer felt threatened by Shifeng's calm exterior. He only needed to concentrate on slaying Shifeng and announcing the Starlight Alliance's victory in Star Moon Kingdom. As Skyview fell silent, he and Shadowlight Axe led a dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players to surround Shifeng. The weakest among these players could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and including their powerful attributes, any one of them could hold their ground against a mythic monster of the same level. Die! Skyview shouted as he finished chanting the incantation for a Tier 2 curse. However, before Skyview released his spell, he paused, noticing something that confused him. Despite more than a dozen monster players charging at him, Shifeng's expression hadn't changed. It was as if he viewed these Great Lord-ranked monster players as nothing more than air. Or, perhaps, he was ignoring these players. Even a true Tier 3 expert would feel threatened by so many Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet Shifeng was unfazed. Am I overthinking this? Skyview could not help but wonder if he were being too careful. Meanwhile, Shadowlight Axe and the others moved within 10 yards of the enemy swordsman and launched their attacks. Finally, Shifeng made his move. He hadn't launched his own attacks, yet Shifeng's aura abruptly skyrocketed. With unbelievable speed, the swordsman unsheathed Killing Ray, swinging the blade in a forward slash. Lightning slash. A lightning bolt instantly tore through Shadowlight Axe and his companions. The monster players and their leader lost HP at a horrific rate. After a single attack, Shadowlight Axe collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The impact threw the dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players over 30 yards back as they lost more than a quarter of their HPs. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The Starlight Alliance had carefully selected expert players to become these Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet a single strike had shattered their coordinated assault. Moreover, Shadowlight Axe, the assault's leader, had died instantly. In contrast, Shifeng hadn't received 1 point of damage. In fact, he hadn't even moved from his original position. Die! Skyview growled. He finally realized how terrifying Shifeng truly was, but he still shouted in an attempt to restore his courage. Tier 2 Curse, Flame Blast. This was the most powerful spell Skyview had in his arsenal. When cast with an active Berserk skill, even a Grand Lord of the same level would suffer heavy injuries if struck directly. Suddenly, 4 gigantic fireballs appeared around Shifeng, each the size of a small house. These fireballs then descended on their target. The surrounding experts reacted and prepared for Shifeng to evade the attack, but something surprised them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shifeng didn't try to dodge the fireballs. He didn't even try to defend himself. Suddenly, 4 sword lights blinded the crowd, carrying enough power to split the 4 fireballs in half. How is this possible? Skyview was dumbfounded as he watched the swordsman slice apart his attacks so effortlessly. Before today, he had felt that even the various superpowers old monsters would flee from this attack, but now he found the idea laughable. He also viewed all of the effort he had spent trying to master the spell as one big joke. The strength to fight monster-level experts. That had only been wishful thinking. However, Skyview didn't know that Shifeng had already reached level 70, wearing equipment that not even Super Guild's guild leaders could dream of equipping. Most importantly, he was currently affected by both the Ring of Brilliance and Heavenly Dragon's power. Not even a level 60 mythic monster could match his strength. Following which, Shifeng appeared before the Great Lord-ranked monster players and brandished his 2 swords. After just a few seconds, one of these monster players was dead. What should we do? His strength is too high. He's using his Berserk skill. Get away from him for now. Once his Berserk skill is over, we can easily take him out. After witnessing Shifeng's performance, the Starlight Alliance's members wondered which side had the real monster. They had never expected to find a normal player that could be this powerful. They had to buy themselves some time. If even the Great Lord-ranked monster players were helpless against Shifeng, other players would die instantly if they faced him. Although the Grand Lord-ranked smoke monsters had high intellect, they were only monsters. After killing a few Great Lord-ranked monster players, Shifeng sensed what the Starlight Alliance was trying to do. At this rate, he'd only be able to kill several dozen monster players before Heavenly Dragon's power ended. Now that I've seen these monsters' strength, it's time to end this battle, Shifeng thought to himself as he surveyed his guild members fighting in the plaza. Although only a short time had passed since the battle in the plaza had begun, Zero Wing had lost a considerable number of lives. Turning back to the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons, Shifeng said, "Since you have no intention of fighting, let's remove Golden Flow Town from the Witch's Hill." Remove? You really think you can accomplish such a thing? Although the Starlight Alliance's members watched Shifeng with fear in their eyes, their gazes still contained a spark of hope. While they were at a disadvantage now, as time passed, the the situation would become more favorable for them. Suddenly, Shi Feng snapped his fingers. The fire spirit, which had been battling the smoke monster army, abruptly transformed into a small fire and appeared above Shi Feng's head. A complex chant reached the surrounding players, increasing the town's mana density. The various superpowers hadn't viewed the fire spirit as such a strategic item, even fearing it, in the past due to its prowess, but because of the number of fire-type large and super large-scale destruction spells it wielded. No! Stop him! Skyview yelled in panic, turning deathly pale when he saw the two gigantic magic arrays forming in the sky. He could sense the power in those spells, and he knew they could rival the power of Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Before anyone could react, massive fireballs, easily dwarfing the ones Skyview's flame blast had created, fell from one of the arrays above the plaza, one after another. At the same time, a raging inferno erupted beneath the second magic array. In the blink of an eye, a fiery hell engulfed Golden Flow Town. Chapter 2024 Golden Flow Town falls Witch's Hill, Zero Wing City. Due to Zero Wing's successful capture of Wildhammer Town, merchant and independent players began to return to Zero Wing City. Players hawked their wares and recruited team members for grinding and questing across the city. Many were even Tier 2 experts. At this point, not even Starmoon City or White River City could rival Zero Wing City's prosperity. Meanwhile, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds, both large and small, began to send teams to investigate Zero Wing within its city. This increased the traffic in the city's bars and restaurants. Several cloaked players stood on the street outside of one of Zero Wing City's advanced bars, warily eyeing their surroundings. They only entered the bar after ensuring that they were safe. Players crowded the bar, most wearing black cloaks. If a player used a skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment, they discovered that the cloaked players within weren't independent players. Rather, they were from the kingdom's various guilds, and they were all impressively powerful, with the weakest being a level 58, Tier 2 player. To survive in God's domain, small guilds generally formed secret alliances to withstand larger guilds. These guilds would exchange information to further their development as well. This advanced bar had become a hub for these guild members to do just that. Meanwhile, the new group of cloaked players quickly headed for a corner of the bar after entering, approaching a stone table with a single occupant. After taking a seat, the Tier 2 female elementalist that led the group looked at the assassin with a tattoo on his face and asked, "How is your investigation going? Have you learned how Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town yet?" Unlike the majority of the players in the bar, this assassin did not bother to hide his identity, boldly revealing his status as an independent player. However, despite doing so, none of the guild players present dared to look down on him. This independent player was the host of this information center, the middleman for the information gatherers and buyers. He specialized in information on Zero Wing, in particular. The various guild players acknowledged this assassin as a middleman because he was also a player from Green Eye, a top adventurer team in God's domain. Unlike other adventurer teams, Green Eye focused on information gathering. Not only were its members skilled in combat, but they also possessed plenty of connections. The information they sold was always legitimate, so the various guilds trusted the team's members. Of course, as Green Eye's manpower was limited, it didn't collect information on every guild. It generally focused on first-rate or stronger guilds. Second-rate guilds and below didn't qualify for its attention. "We have, but we will only accept coins or magic crystals as payment. We'll give you a 10% discount if you pay with magic crystals," the Tier 2 assassin said, sipping from the cup of wine he held as he eyed the female elementalist before him. "How much?" she asked. The Green Eye Adventurer team usually accepted credits for its information, but since this information was particularly valuable, it would only accept coins or magic crystals this time. In God's domain, accomplishing anything required strength. Adventurer teams only earned credits if they were powerful enough, and to develop a team's strength, it was only natural that it charged coins or magic crystals. 500 gold, the assassin replied. 500. Isn't this a little much? When they heard the assassin's price, the few players behind the Elementalist objected. At this stage of the game, 500 gold was an astronomical amount, even to expert players. Individual experts would be lucky if they obtained a weapon or equipment piece that could sell for more than 10 gold. Anything more valuable than that would be extremely difficult for individual players to get their hands on. 500 gold was a significant amount to any guild, yet the Green Eye Adventurer team demanded so much just for some information. This was simply extortion. It's not such a high price. It wasn't easy to secure this information from within Zero Wing, and we paid a heavy price to obtain it. Moreover, this includes the latest details about the guild, the Tier 2 assassin said, unperturbed by his customer's reaction. Fine. I'll pay the 500 gold, the female elementalist said, gritting her teeth. Vice Guild leader, we just started our development in Star Moon Kingdom. We're short on funds in all aspects. Isn't this expenditure too expensive? Why don't we discuss it with the guild leader first? A Tier 2 berserker quickly suggested. Unlike the other guilds in the bar, their guild wasn't from Star Moon Kingdom. They were based in another country and had been forced to shift the guild's development to this kingdom. Despite the Tier 2 berserker's reaction, the other guild players didn't seem surprised. They simply minded their own business. Such occurrences were very common in the virtual gaming world, especially in the incredibly popular God's Domain. A large number of guilds rose and fell in the game on a daily basis. So, it wasn't surprising to hear that a guild had shifted its focus to another kingdom since its original home base was no longer habitable. However, if the various guild players noticed the guild emblem on the female elementalist and her companions, they'd be surprised. This guild emblem belonged to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a first-rate guild. It was a colossal existence to these various guilds, a true large guild that would be considered an overlord in any kingdom. That won't be necessary. I'll pay this 500 gold from my own pocket. We don't need to use the guild's funds, the female elementalist responded, shaking her head. She then took out 500 gold and handed the coins to the independent assassin. Here is all of the information we have gathered on Zero Wing recently. Take a look. After receiving the 500 gold, the assassin took out a crystal ball and traded it with the female elementalist. The crystal ball contained a recording of all of Zero Wing's latest movements. It also held more than a dozen battle videos of the fight in Wildhammer town. Naturally, these battle videos involved the giant players. In addition, one video within the crystal ball showed Zero Wing's arrival in Golden Flow town. Unfortunately, the video didn't have a long duration, cutting off after 10 or so seconds of footage. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually attacking the heavily fortified Golden Flow town? The female elementalist was astonished after examining the information within the crystal ball. Golden Flow town was the Starlight Alliance's last remaining town, and the Alliance had invested an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources in it, yet Zero Wing had besieged the town the moment it finished capturing Wildhammer town. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't take this matter seriously. Vice Guild leader, what should we do? Should we move to another kingdom or stay here? The other upper echelons from the 100 Flowers Pavilion asked softly. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had decided that the chaos in Star Moon Kingdom made for an excellent opportunity to leave the Dark Knight Empire. Although the kingdom didn't have as many resources as the Empire, it had grown into a considerably powerful country after several major events. If the 100 Flowers Pavilion could secure a foothold in Star Moon Kingdom, it could rise to power once more. As Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Pavilion's vice guild leader, decided her guild's future, the bar's atmosphere changed. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped the bar. What's happening? Cleansed Rue wondered aloud as she looked around at the bar's customers. What? Your guild didn't receive the announcement? The assassin from Green Eye asked, giving Cleansed Rue a strange look. Every guild member from the Warring Empire has just received a message stating that Golden Flow Town has fallen. Chapter 2025, Reversal. Cleansed Rue and her entourage were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They were only able to digest the information after a long moment, and like the other guild players in the bar, they found the news to be both heavy and outlandish. How is that possible? That was the Starlight Alliance's final town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed. Any guild that paid any attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill knew how powerful the Starlight Alliance had become. They were also familiar with the Alliance's monster players, which had already displayed frightening combat power. Tier 2 experts weren't even a match for the High Lord-ranked monster players, and the Alliance had plenty of great lords. She found it truly hard to imagine that the Starlight Alliance would not increase Golden Flow Town's defenses after losing Wildhammer Town. After all, Golden Flow Town was the Alliance's last town in the Witch's Hill, and without it, the Starlight Alliance would have a difficult time wresting control of the Witch's Hill from Zero Wing, regardless of how many monster players it had. That can't be true, can it? Didn't Zero Wing just capture Wildhammer Town? Could the informant have been mistaken? Maybe the information referred to Wildhammer Town? An upper echelon from the Hundred Flowers Palace asked. Are you trying to accuse Green Eye of selling false information? The assassin from the adventurer team asked acidically, anger flashing in his eyes as he stared at the Hundred Flowers Palace member. Those in the intelligence industry prioritized credibility above all else. Accusing the Green Eye of selling false information was the greatest slander one could possibly commit about the adventurer team. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Cleansed Rue hurriedly apologized before glancing at the several guild upper echelons behind her. This news is no longer a secret. Every guild in the kingdom likely knows about the event already. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the warring empire yourself. I doubt it will be long before the news spreads throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the assassin said, nodding as his gaze returned to its previously cold indifference. Calmly, he continued, if you want to set your sights on the Witch's Hill, based on the current situation, I'd advise against it. Zero Wing captured both Wildhammer Town and Golden Flow Town almost as soon as it decided to do so. Moving against Zero Wing would be utterly foolish after witnessing such prowess. Some had once viewed the Starlight Alliance as the last hope of overthrowing Zero Wing in the kingdom, but now, Zero Wing had made an example of the Alliance, deterring the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom from considering taking control of the Witch's Hill and the kingdom itself. I very much agree with you. We can no longer imagine Zero Wing's true strength, and although the Starlight Alliance is formidable, it's nothing in comparison. The Alliance made a massive mistake when it made an enemy of Zero Wing, a robust, Tier 2 male berserker said as he approached the stone table the Hundred Flowers Palace and Green Eye occupied. While I admit that Zero Wing is very strong, don't you think you're blowing things out of proportion? You speak as if you are acutely familiar with the guild. The occupants of other tables ridiculed the berserker. However, before the jeering could begin, the Tier 2 berserker removed his black cloak and revealed his true appearance. What? The Assassin's Alliance's guild leader is here. The crowd that had been about to laugh at this berserker promptly fell silent. The Assassin's Alliance was a bona fide second-rate guild, and it had been developing rapidly recently. It had already clashed with many first-rate guilds in the Twin Towers Kingdom and begun to show signs of growing into a top-ranked second-rate guild. Cruel Sword, the Assassin's Alliance's guild leader, even ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. If not for Zero Wing's several great experts overshadowing him, Cruel Sword would have been relatively famous in Starmoon Kingdom. When they saw Cruel Sword's face, the various guild players in the bar stopped treating his claim as a joke. Now, they only had respect for his words. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue, who still wore her black cloak, expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Vice Guild Leader Rue is being overly polite, Cruel Sword responded quietly. However, I'm certainly surprised that the Hundred Flowers Palace wants to develop in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the instant Cruel Sword revealed her identity, Cleansed Rue's expression became vigilant. However, she quickly realized that he had simply used an advanced identification skill. Obtaining such a skill wasn't difficult in a top-tier second-rate guild. She immediately relaxed her guard. We have no other choice. I'm sure you've heard of the 100 Flowers Palace's current predicament, Cleansed Rue said grimly, her mood souring as she mentioned her guild's struggles. Ah, that's right, it's truly a pity. Cruel Sword lowered his head and fell silent. But Guild Leader Sword, you are impressive. Not only have you led the Assassin's Alliance to flourish in Star Moon Kingdom, but your guild's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom has also been noteworthy, Cleansed Rue said with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Her eyes also held a flash of anticipation. Are you here to sell some information on the powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom? The 100 Flowers Palace is willing to purchase the information for a high price. The palace had also intended to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom and had investigated the situation there, but the guild hadn't invested significant resources yet, focusing on securing the hidden class, Demon Blade Knight, by slaying abyssal monsters. Now that the situation in Star Moon Kingdom had reached this point, the 100 Flowers Palace had no hope of developing in the kingdom. If Zero Wing were able to crush a local power like the Starlight Alliance so decisively, eliminating a foreign power would be child's play. If the 100 Flowers Palace tried to establish itself in Star Moon Kingdom, it would face utter annihilation. No power would tolerate others in its territory, where resources were limited. Otherwise, God's domain's various powers wouldn't compete so desperately. Hence, the Twin Towers Kingdom was the palace's last hope. The Twin Towers Kingdom was in chaos due to the threat of abyssal monsters. Even so, quite a few powers contested for control of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Assassin's Alliance was one of the few outstanding performers in the battle for prominence, but the guild had only focused on developing in maps near Star Moon Kingdom. Information on the Twin Towers Kingdom? Glancing around him, Cruel Sword replied, "This isn't the place for that discussion. Let's head to one of the rooms upstairs." He had already attracted the crowd's attention in the bar, and although others couldn't listen to their private discussion, there was the possibility that one of these players possessed a special skill that would allow them to do so. Cleansed Rue nodded, understanding that the bar was too public for their talk. Cruel Sword and Cleansed Rue then left for a VIP room on the second floor alongside their subordinates. Although the VIP room was not large, its design was magnificent, and it could easily accommodate more than a dozen people. Guild Leader Sword, let's be straightforward. If you are willing to sell detailed information on the Twin Towers Kingdom, we're willing to offer you 5 pieces of epic equipment, Cleansed Rue said as soon as she took a seat. The 100 Flowers Palace is truly a first-rate guild. Even after falling so far, it still has such a stable foundation, Cruel Sword commended, surprised. Obtaining a single piece of epic equipment was incredibly difficult, and despite the Assassin's Alliance's recent achievements, the guild had fewer than 20 epic items. The guild treated these items as their foundation, refusing to sell them under any circumstances. We offer the price because the Assassin's Alliance is worth it. Do you agree to our offer, Guild Leader Sword? Cleansed Rue asked, smiling. The Assassin's Alliance's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom had been exceptional. It operated alongside quite a few first-rate guilds, and the fact that the Assassin's Alliance had laid claim to a significant portion of the kingdom, despite its second-rate status, was astounding. Without enough strength and understanding of the kingdom, accomplishing such a feat would have been impossible. I understand your determination to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Cruel Sword said. With a serious expression, he continued, however, I'm afraid you are asking the wrong guild. If the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you shouldn't look to the Assassin's Alliance. Why not? Cleansed Rue gave Cruel Sword a confused look. She didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Was the man refusing to cooperate? Or was he dissatisfied with the compensation she offered? Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I don't want to trade with you, but I'm afraid that my guild doesn't have the ability you are looking for, Cruel Sword explained when he saw the Vice Guild leader's heavy expression. You must be joking. If the Assassin's Alliance can't help us, then who in the kingdom can? Cleansed Rue wondered if the man before her were playing some kind of joke. No. You might think that I'm joking, but I'm telling you the truth, Cruel Sword said as he shook his head. If your guild wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you need to visit Zero Wing. If you do, your guild might be able to make a comeback. Chapter 2026, Zero Wing's Hidden Strength. Visit Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one confused. The several hundred flowers palace upper echelons behind her revealed similarly shocked expressions. Based on the information they had obtained, Zero Wing only operated in Star Moon Kingdom, the Ore Empire, and the Black Dragon Empire. Although they had found Zero Wing's shadow in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the guild hadn't accomplished anything in the kingdom thus far. Yet, Cruel Sword told them that if their guild wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it needed to speak with Zero Wing. That's right. If you want to gain a foothold in the kingdom, you should speak with Zero Wing, Cruel Sword said, nodding his head. Rather, if the Hundred Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom successfully, it can only do so with Zero Wing's help. Does Zero Wing really have that much power? The palace's upper echelons gave Cruel Sword skeptical looks. Zero Wing was impressive for reaching its current state without any background or support, but based on the information they had gathered, the guild shouldn't have any relation to the Twin Towers Kingdom. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing could help them develop in the kingdom. Of course it does. Cruel Sword insisted. The Assassin's Alliance has only developed so rapidly in the kingdom due to Zero Wing's assistance. I'm sure you know about the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom and how dangerous it is in the fields. If one cannot avoid these monsters, developing in the kingdom would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Zero Wing can construct magic arrays that repel the abyssal monsters, preventing them from approaching a specific area. My guild only established itself in the kingdom due to the magic arrays Zero Wing set up. Unlike the other guilds in the kingdom, the Assassin's Alliance has taken almost no damage. It's only natural that the other guilds are no match for us. A magic array that can repel abyssal monsters? Zero Wing has such a thing? Realization dawned on Cleansed Rue and the others after listening to Cruel Sword's explanation. In reality, the Twin Towers Kingdom had just as many resources as Star Moon Kingdom, but the abyssal monsters' invasion had crippled it. Even so, the temptation of a new class had lured many players to the kingdom. If a guild could construct magic arrays that repelled abyssal monsters, it could monopolize the various resource-rich maps in the Twin Towers Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how quickly a guild could develop with such an advantage. It was no wonder why the Assassin's Alliance's performance in the kingdom had been so impressive, leaving the various first-rate guilds in its dust. If what Cruel Sword said was true, then the Hundred Flowers Palace truly needed to visit Zero Wing. Thank you for sharing such integral information, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue thanked the man. I'll have someone deliver the 5 pieces of epic equipment I've promised tomorrow. Although Cruel Sword hadn't provided any details about the various powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, such information paled in comparison to what he had told her about the magic arrays that could repel abyssal monsters. Let's forget about the epic equipment. I simply told you this to gain an ally in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Whether or not you persuade Guild Leader Black Flame to help you is entirely up to you. I haven't actually done anything, Cruel Sword said, refusing the offer. No. I must thank you. Moreover, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue firmly insisted, shaking her head. She had some understanding of the Assassin's Alliance's situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the guild's recent growth, the various first-rate guilds in the kingdom had secretly banded together to hinder the Assassin's Alliance's progress. As a result, the guild hadn't been able to operate in the kingdom's central region. She also knew why Cruel Sword rejected her offer. If the Assassin's Alliance had a powerful ally, it could reduce the pressure it faced. The Hundred Flowers Palace was undoubtedly a good fit for the position. However, no one would doubt that Cruel Sword had provided the palace with this information. Introduce you? After giving the matter some thought, Cruel Sword said, "All right. I'll talk to Zero Wing about this matter, but I can't guarantee that the guild will agree to a meeting." After Cleansed Rue and Cruel Sword finished their discussion, Cleansed Rue left the bar with her subordinates and made their way to Zero Wing's residence. She was in such a hurry because of the fact that the Twin Towers Kingdom was the best hope for the Hundred Flowers Palace, and the guild didn't have much time left. The longer they delayed shifting their base of operations, the more their guild would suffer. As Cleansed Rue and her entourage walked through Zero Wing City streets, they noticed that the news of Zero Wing's dominance in Golden Flow Town had already spread throughout the city. Excitement filled the air, and the merchant players were particularly lively. They found it hard to imagine that not long ago, an intense killing intent had enveloped Zero Wing City. There are so many merchant players and Tier 2 players here. Zero Wing City has almost caught up to Dark Knight City. This city may not be a match for Dark Knight City yet, but the political situation in Dark Knight City is chaotic. On the other hand, Zero Wing has full control of its city. That's true. It really makes you wonder how strong Zero Wing actually is. Zero Wing City is already so impressive, and the guild has so much influence in the Black Dragon and/or empires. It even has influence in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons, who rode an advanced horse carriage, gained a newfound appreciation for Zero Wing as they watched players roam the city streets. They had never considered that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its power. They hadn't expected that their guild, a bona fide first-rate guild, would have to cooperate with Zero Wing to continue its existence in God's domain either. Do you think that Zero Wing will agree to work with our guild? A female cleric asked worriedly, gripping a wooden staff in her hands. The Hundred Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild. Even though we have fallen from our peak, we are still much stronger than any ordinary guild. If Zero Wing wants to secure more resources from the Twin Towers Kingdom, why wouldn't it agree to cooperate? A bearded, middle-aged man stated confidently. While you're not exactly wrong, although the female cleric wanted to offer a retort, she held back. Zero Wing had the ability to produce a magic array that could repel abyssal monsters. In other words, Zero Wing had the initiative. And while Zero Wing could cooperate with many other guilds, the guild was the Hundred Flowers Palace's only hope. Alright, enough talking. We've arrived. Cleansed Rue also knew how disadvantageous the palace's current position was, and she was just as worried as her companion. Once the horse carriage rolled to a stop, she disembarked. Their carriage had stopped before the main entrance to Zero Wing's residence. When Cleansed Rue and her subordinates left the carriage, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Hundreds of 4-meter-tall players stood beyond the main threshold, all of which had reached level 60. They also wore level 55+ top-tier equipment, and some even sported pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. Their auras were so intense that even peak experts like Cleansed Rue and her entourage couldn't help but shudder. However, these giants weren't the most eye-catching scene within the residence. Rather, what caught Cleansed Rue's attention were the 8, 2-story-tall, crimson tanks parked within. These crimson tanks were none other than the rumored Hell tanks. However, Zero Wing had used these Hell tanks constantly in the Or Empire, and they weren't easy to move elsewhere. In other words, these 8 Hell tanks weren't the war weapons that defended Silverwing Town. Zero Wing had only recently built these tanks. While Cleansed Rue and the others stared at the war weapons in astonishment, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothing approached. When they saw this woman, the representatives from the Hundred Flowers Palace couldn't help but gasp. Their reaction hadn't been a result of witnessing the woman's elegance and beauty, but because of her level and equipment. Not only was she a level 61 Tier 2 summoner, but she actually possessed 3 pieces of epic equipment. And they had never heard of this woman before. Hello, you must be from the Hundred Flowers Palace, correct? I am Youlan, Zero Wing City's trade manager. Our guild leader has heard of your situation from guild leader Cruel Sword, Youlan said as she beamed an elegant smile at Cleansed Rue's group. Please follow me. Chapter 2027, Obscure Experts. When Cleansed Rue and the others saw Youlan and felt the powerful pressure she radiated, they could not help their surprise. No matter how they looked at it, a level 61, Tier 2 player with 3 pieces of epic equipment should be well known. The highest level players in God's Domain's various empires had only reached level 61. Even the Dark Knight Empire only had 5 of these experts. She must be one of Zero Wing's hidden peak experts, the Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace said through the team chat. I agree. With her level and equipment, she is definitely on the level of Zero Wing's Fire Dance. The middle-aged Tier 2 Berserker agreed, nodding. The rest of the team nodded as well. God's Domain's various guilds generally hid some of their power, including the 100 Flowers Palace. However, unlike Zero Wing, the palace hadn't hidden an expert as powerful as Youlan. Reserving such an expert would be a waste. But when they considered Zero Wing's stealthy presence in so many locations, they realized that it wasn't strange to hide a peak expert. When they remembered the 8 new hell tanks sitting in the residence, as well, goosebumps erupted across their arms. They had learned some details about those hell tanks, and they knew that each tank was the equivalent of a mobile defense turret. Moreover, the hell tank's defensive and melee capabilities were far beyond defense turrets, yet 8 of these tanks were stationed within Zero Wing's residence. Arthur, let's prepare to enter Zero Wing's residence. Don't forget that you represent the 100 Flowers Palace. Once we're inside, do not do anything that would sully the guild's reputation. Cleansed Rue said, expressing her dissatisfaction with her teammates' actions. After lecturing her team, she followed Youlan into the residence. As a residence within a guild territory, Zero Wing's residence was far more spacious than those normally found in NPC cities. Not only did the residence have far more facilities than normal, but its mana density was even higher than elsewhere. It felt pleasant just to walk through the residence's halls. The 100 Flowers Palace's members also discovered a change to their double EXP BU accumulation bars, located directly beneath their experience bars. Amazing! Players can actually accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly here. Although players would start to accumulate the double EXP buff the moment they entered Zero Wing City, they could only accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. Accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. As Cleansed Rue and her companions entered the guild hall, yet another spectacular scene greeted them. Zero Wing members filled the first-floor hall, all of which were level 57 or higher. These players' levels were on par with first-rate guild's expert members. Furthermore, even if they ignored the giant players, there were hundreds of Tier 2 players in the hall. The number of Tier 2 experts within Zero Wing City was almost half as many Tier 2 players in 100 Flowers Palace. Quite a few NPCs also moved around the hall, making up roughly 30% of the first-floor hall's occupants. This isn't a joke, right? Judging by the number of NPCs here, easily 4,000 NPCs visit this residence each day. Only about 600 NPCs visit our main headquarters to commission guild quests per day. The Tier 2 cleric stared with wide, shocked eyes when she saw the number of NPCs milling about the hall. Aside from player count and strength, a guild's prosperity relied on the number of guild quests it received from NPCs each day. Not only did these commissioned guild quests bring in a significant amount of income, but they also awarded a lot of benefits to the guild members that completed them. Over 70% of the high-ranked quests the 100 Flowers Palace's members received were commissions from the NPCs that visited the guild residences. Even the guild's expert players fought to complete high-ranked quests. No, that's not it. Look over there. Some of these NPCs are nobles. A Tier 2 ranger with sharp eyesight said as he pointed to a handsome, witch-dressed man nearby. Two maids followed the man around. Even Baron-ranked NPCs commissioned Zero Wing for quests? Cleansed Rue's heart skipped a beat when she inspected the handsome man with her identification skill. There was a massive difference in God's domain between noble NPCs and ordinary NPCs. NPC nobles rarely reached out to veteran first-rate guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace for quests. When they did, these quests were typically quite important and yielded valuable treasure. Moreover, those quests were from ordinary NPC nobles. She had never seen a ranked NPC noble commission the 100 Flowers Palace to complete a quest. There were currently more than 30 ordinary noble NPCs in Zero Wings Hall, in addition to 2 Baron-ranked NPCs. Every one of these nobles stood in line to request Zero Wings' help with a quest. It was unbelievable. Once Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons from her guild finished gawking, Youlan led them to the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. 2 NPC guards stood before the guild leader's office, and both were level 80 NPCs. Although they stood by the door quietly, their auras made Cleansed Rue and her companions' hearts palpitate. They actually used secret silver personal guards to guard an office. The 100 Flowers Palace's members were speechless when they saw the 2 personal guards. Nowadays, the various guilds had allotted some of their focus to searching for and nurturing personal guards. Even so, the number of high-ranked personal guards the guilds had actually found was pitifully low. Most of the personal guards the various guilds employed were merely bronze rank. Mysterious iron personal guards were as rare and valuable as a piece of epic equipment. As for secret silver rank, the 100 Flowers Palace had only obtained 3 secret silver personal guards thus far, and only because it had gotten lucky. The other first-rate guilds generally only had 1 or 2. These secret silver personal guards were valued as priceless treasures and wouldn't be given any responsibility. Rather, guilds would instruct them to focus on improving their strength and levels. Yet, Zero Wing used 2 secret silver personal guards to guard an office. Under Youlan's lead, Cleansed Rue and her entourage entered the guild leader's office. A cloaked man sat behind a desk within the office. A dozen or so expert players stood beside him, including Silent Blattle, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, Graceful Moon, and Seven Light. The lowest leveled player among them was level 61, while the highest had reached level 62. Every one of these players wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and some even wore a piece of epic equipment. When Cleansed Rue sensed these players' auras, she felt the threat of death loom over her. Their auras were no less intense than Youlan's. After crossing the threshold and sensing the powerful auras of the dozen or so Zero Wing members, the several 100 Flowers Palace upper echelons stumbled to a halt, not daring to take another step into the room. Are you kidding me? These people are all Zero Wing members? As the palace's upper echelons gazed at Silent Blade and the others, whom they had never heard of before, they lost any and all confidence. Now they only felt an immense pressure. Welcome to our residence, friends from the 100 Flowers Palace. I've heard that you have something you wish to discuss with me. May I know what it is about? Shi Feng, who sat in the guild leader's seat, asked Cleansed Rue and the others. Chapter 2028 Youlan's Proposal. Shi Feng's words snapped Cleansed Rue and her entourage out of their daze. Right. Thank you for finding time to meet with us in your busy schedule, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild Leader. I am here to represent my guild in our request for cooperation with Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue explained after regaining her senses. To think that even the Dark Knight Empire's famous Frost Flame Goddess has come to visit me, it would seem that you have an extraordinary request. Can I trouble you to elaborate? It will allow me to make a more sound decision, Shi Feng calmly asked as he watched Cleansed Rue's tense expression. Certainly. Cleansed Rue nodded. She then explained why the Hundred Flowers Palace wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom without withholding any details. Before they had arrived at Zero Wing's residence, the guild upper echelons accompanying Cleanse Ru had disagreed with revealing their situation to Zero Wing. However, their discontentment had vanished after witnessing Zero Wing's residence. Meanwhile, Shifeng hadn't spoken a single word throughout Cleansed Ru's explanation, and this made the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons nervous. Zero Wing was far stronger than they had imagined. They had assumed that Zero Wing had only allied with the Assassins Alliance because it lacked the manpower to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom personally, but after witnessing the guild's residence, they realized that Zero Wing was fully capable of securing a foothold in the kingdom without any assistance. It did not need anyone's help to exploit the Twin Towers Kingdom's resources. While your proposal is interesting, please allow me to reject it, Shifeng said, shaking his head. But if you help us contest with the other first-rate guilds in the kingdom, we can quickly secure the kingdom's central region. We'll be able to provide Zero Wing with even more resources than the Assassins Alliance. Cleansed Ru impulsively retorted as she stared at Shifeng's impassive expression. As you have seen, Zero Wing previously lacked the strength to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories, but my guild has grown. With how rapidly Zero Wing has been developing lately, we'll need to expand our territories. Zero Wing no longer faces a lack of resources, Shifeng said as he gestured to Silent Blade and the others. If we hand over the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories to the Hundred Flowers Palace, the kingdom won't have much left for us. It's not that I don't want to help you, but for the sake of my own guild's development, I can't afford to help. Cleansed Ru fell silent for quite some time. She simply could not think of a rebuttal. Shifeng's decision was reasonable. As a guild leader, his priority would forever be the guild's benefit. How could he possibly give up a good expansion opportunity to help another guild? Now that Zero Wing had defeated the Almighty Starlight Alliance and stabilized its rule in the Witch's Hill, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to expand its influence. If she were in his place, she'd likely choose her own guild's development over helping another as well. The other Hundred Flowers Palace despaired upon hearing Shifeng's decision. What should we do now? One of the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons muttered in the team chat. Currently, the Hundred Flowers Palace had already begun to prepare for its migration from the Dark Knight Empire, yet they had just been told that their two best options were no longer available. With how weak the Hundred Flowers Palace had become, contesting for kingdoms under other first-rate guilds' rule would be nigh impossible. As Cleansed Ru and her companions began to panic, Youlan, who stood near the group, stepped forward with a smile. Guild leader, I have a proposal that will benefit both our guild and the Hundred Flowers Palace. May I speak up? Youlan asked respectfully. A proposal that will benefit both guilds? Let's hear it then. After all, the Hundred Flowers Palace has taken the initiative to seek our help. We can't disappoint the palace too much, Shifeng said and nodded after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Youlan then straightened herself and continued, the Hundred Flowers Palace is struggling due to the fact that it doesn't have enough territory to sustain itself. This is all because of Starlink's interference, hampering the palace's continued survival in the Dark Knight Empire. But what if the palace could defend itself against Starlink? If that were possible, couldn't the palace remain in the Dark Knight Empire? However, trying to stand against a superpower like Starlink isn't an easy task. Even if our guild sends an army to assist, we're not likely to accomplish anything. We'll need sufficient support from the Hundred Flowers Palace itself. Support. Upon hearing Youlan's words, Cleansed Ru's eyes began to glow as she hurriedly interjected, if such an operation requires funds or manpower, that won't be an issue. If you can help defend our position, the Hundred Flowers Palace will supply Zero Wing with plenty of the Empire's resources. She had gained a certain level of understanding of Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing were willing to help the Hundred Flowers Palace on a large scale, the palace should have no problem defending over half of its territories in the Empire. Although I have offered this proposal, the risk of openly opposing a thriving superpower is incredibly high. Moreover, this war will definitely be a protracted one. Zero Wing will also have to keep an eye out for multiple enemy superpowers. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with funds and resources. If the situation is not handled properly, Zero Wing could suffer on all fronts. I don't believe that anyone wants to see that outcome, Youlan said, shaking her head as she glanced at Cleansed Rue. Is there no better way to help them? Shi Feng asked, pretending to sigh in disappointment. However, he was quite satisfied with Youlan's performance. There is. Our two guilds can form a mutually dependent relationship. If Zero Wing has management rights to the palace's shops and lands, and we can become close allies, Zero Wing can develop in the Dark Knight Empire and amass enough strength to contend with Starlink. It wouldn't affect our strength in our other territories, satisfying our guild with the alliance, Youlan said after giving the matter some thought. This, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but hesitate. Shops were a part of a guild's foundation, but with the Hundred Flowers Palace's current state, they couldn't afford more of a delay. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Youlan and asked, how many shops will Zero Wing require? If we want to amass enough strength to survive in the Dark Knight Empire, we'll need around 60% of the Hundred Flowers Palace's shops, Youlan replied seriously. 60? Isn't this a little? Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The majority of the Hundred Flowers Palace's funds and resources originated from the guild's shops. If the guild suddenly lost 60% of these shops, it would definitely impact the guild's operations. Youlan, the Hundred Flowers Palace could become one of Zero Wing's close allies in the future. Is there no way to reduce the cost a little? Shi Feng asked, playing along. Since you insist, then 50%. Any less, and we'd have to dig into the funds and resources from our other territories. We'd be at a disadvantage against the superpowers in those areas, Youlan said with a troubled expression. That's the gist of the situation. What is your opinion on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Rue? Shi Feng asked softly, turning to Cleansed Rue. Chapter 2029, Presumptuous Request, 50%. Cleansed Rue and her companions revealed bitter smiles. Even losing 50% of the guild's shops and lands was unbearable for the Hundred Flowers Palace. Both were essential to a guild's development, and neither could be casually sold off. If the Hundred Flowers Palace lost half of the shops and lands under its control, the guild would be forced to limit the scale of its operations due to the decreased income, even if the guild could survive in the Dark Knight Empire. If that happened, returning to the guild's former glory would become excruciatingly difficult. Most of the lands in major NPC cities were already owned, and even if they had the money, it wasn't necessarily possible to purchase more. I know this isn't an ideal offer, but we have our own troubles to deal with. You can return to your guild and consider the offer carefully, Shi Feng announced, watching the silent group before him. Guild leader, our guild intends to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom. We'll need a lot of manpower to accomplish this. So, we'll need to know whether or not we're going to help the Hundred Flowers Palace as soon as possible to see to the appropriate preparations. Otherwise, this alliance will impact our original plans, Youlan hurriedly advised. Cleansed Rue and her entourage's expressions twisted further. As guild upper echelons, they knew that planning was necessary before a guild began a large-scale operation. If Zero Wing truly intended to mobilize a large amount of manpower to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom, then helping the Hundred Flowers Palace would become far more difficult for the guild. Zero Wing might even dismiss the idea of providing assistance entirely. How soon do we need to make a decision? Shi Feng asked. A day if possible, Youlan replied after giving the matter some thought. That will be the opportune time for our guild to expand. Although Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons wanted to comment, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. They couldn't possibly tell Shi Feng that they'd need a long time to gather the guild's upper echelons and elders, not to mention the representatives from the major corporations that supported the Hundred Flowers Palace. One day simply wasn't enough time for the palace to reach a decision. In fact, the decision to abandon the Dark Knight Empire and develop in another kingdom had only been made after a lengthy discussion. The proposal to partner with Zero Wing would likely take even longer. Too many people and organizations were tied to this matter, and persuading all parties involved would be extremely difficult. How is such a short time enough to negotiate anything? Try to find a way to give them more time. Shi Feng sternly commanded when he saw the awkward expressions on the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons. Deciding something so important in a single day was impossible for any guild, especially a true veteran first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Too many people held shares of the guild. We can hold off for 2 days, but we will miss out on the opportune moment to strike in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Youlan said, her imperative tone implying that Zero Wing would cough blood if it gave the palace a second more. Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Cleansed Rue said sincerely. However, before I negotiate with my guild's upper echelons, may I make a presumptuous request? Let me hear it. As a potential ally, I will help wherever I can, Shi Feng said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. I'd like to borrow Zero Wing's strength during the meeting to show my guild that we truly have hope of fending off Starlink's harassment. I'm sure they will find it easier to agree to the partnership that way, Cleansed Rue said as she turned to Silent Blade and the others, who stood beside Shi Feng. Silent Blade and his comrades were all level 61, tier 2 players or above, and every one of them radiated a deadly aura. No guild could afford to take their strength lightly. If she could show off Zero Wing's experts, she believed that she could persuade her guild's upper echelons to agree to this alliance. After all, the 100 Flowers Palace's members would have a much easier time developing if they could continue in the Dark Knight Empire, where they were comfortable, rather than migrating to another kingdom. That won't be a problem. Before your meeting begins, I'll send some people to express Zero Wing's sincerity. Shi Feng agreed. He understood Cleansed Rue's thoughts. Convincing people was easier if one provided a personal experience. Cleansed Rue and her subordinates soon left Zero Wing's residence, returning to the Dark Knight Empire to break the news to their guild. They weren't in such a hurry simply because of the time limit Zero Wing had given them, but because the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have much time left in the Empire without help. They needed to move quickly. After the palace's representatives left, the atmosphere in the guild leader's office relaxed. Stubborn Bone and Remnant Cloud, who had both served as commanders of an adventurer team, couldn't help but turn reverent gazes on Shi Feng. Both of their teams had been well-known adventurer teams, but compared to first-rate guilds, they had been insignificant. Yet, they had just witnessed a veteran first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace submit before Shi Feng. Guild leader, although the 100 Flowers Palace is in a precarious state right now, I'm afraid that Cleansed Rue will have a difficult time persuading the palace's old members with her status as a vice guild leader. I suggest that we send Fire Dance and the others to visit the guild in the Dark Knight Empire. If they attend the meeting, I'm sure that those old members will agree to the partnership regardless of their personal feelings. If this partnership succeeds, developing in the Dark Knight Empire will become much easier. We won't have to waste a large amount of time and manpower building a foundation from scratch, Youlan offered after Cleansed Rue and her companions had left the residence. Forget it. Fire and the others are still participating in their special training. Let's not interrupt them, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. We'll just send Silent and his team. Although Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, and the others hadn't been members of Zero Wing long, they had grown a lot stronger after training in the Lost Town's Extraordinary Tower. Shi Feng had to admit that the Realms of Truth training was immensely helpful to expert players. Despite the fact that they hadn't yet entered the Realms of Truth, Silent Blade and the others had successfully mastered 1 or 2 advanced combat techniques during their training in the Extraordinary Tower. With how close they were to reaching the Refinement Realm, their overall combat power could now rival true Refinement Realm experts. Furthermore, Silent Blade and his team were geared in weapons and equipment that even the various superpowers struggled to acquire at this stage of the game. Only superpowers peak experts had a chance of defeating these Zero Wing experts. This, Youlan could not help but worry as she looked at Remnant Cloud and the other players standing by Shi Feng's side. Although she knew that their combat standards were on par with hers, she was concerned that they wouldn't be enough to fulfill their purpose. Relax. I'll give them something good before they leave. Once the palace's people see it, they'll know what the wisest decision is, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then asked, how is the material collection I tasked you and Melancholic Smile with coming along? We have done our best to gather as many of the materials you requested. However, the required stock is massive, and every material is incredibly rare. Even after raiding the treasuries in the Starlight Alliance's 2 guild towns, we have barely collected 5 sets of materials, Youlan said. Could transfer the materials to White River City's candlelight trading firm immediately. Shi Feng was ecstatic to hear the news. Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to gather the people I requested earlier. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally craft the guardian puppet. Chapter 2030 Puppet Production. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Shi Feng left the crowded teleportation hall, he sensed that the city's atmosphere had changed. During his last visit, a depressing energy and dense killing intent had fallen over the city. Now, however, excitement almost crackled in the air. Far fewer guild players wandered the city streets, replaced by far more adventurer team players than before. As Shi Feng wandered through the city, he could hear players discussing the recent events in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing is so amazing. It captured 2 of the Starlight Alliance's guild towns, back to back. Not even the various superpowers have accomplished such a feat. Who would have thought that Zero Wing had such a powerful foundation? After its defeat, the Starlight Alliance disbanded. The corporations supporting it have already pulled out their investments. I don't think it'll be long before Zero Wing removed the guilds that participated in the alliance from the kingdom. Who told those guilds to be so arrogant and make an enemy of Zero Wing? Didn't they see how Zero Wing became Star Moon Kingdom's overlord in the first place? They're just reaping what they sow. I know, right? I've heard that Zero Wing's giant players were responsible for capturing both guild towns. They're 4 meters tall and have immeasurable strength. Their defense is off the charts too. The town's defense turrets barely left a scratch on them. With Zero Wing's home ground advantage, who would dare provoke the guild in the Witch's Hill now? It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to convert so many players into giants. I wish I could become a giant player too. Isn't that simple? Just join Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing can convert so many players into giants, it's natural that it can do so with even more players. The conversion price is the only concern now. That's right. After its victory in the Witch's Hill, independent players in the kingdom are rushing to join Zero Wing in the hopes of securing a conversion slot. Although living in human cities will be inconvenient after joining a neutral race, the combat power you get in return is definitely worth it. Moreover, once we reach higher levels, we'll be able to explore more neutral maps. The inconveniences players face as a neutral race will become insignificant. Honestly, it isn't really necessary to join Zero Wing if you want to become a giant. All of the powers in God's domain, aside from those in Star Moon Kingdom, have begun to look into the conversion process due to the performance of Zero Wing's giant players. They all hope to amass their own force of giant experts. It is only a matter of time before someone reveals the conditions for becoming a giant. Once they do, even independent players like us will have an opportunity to convert. The independent players on the streets talked about the battle in the Witch's Hill passionately. Their eyes glowed as they discussed Zero Wing's giant players, and many of them wanted to convert. At this point, both independent players and the various powers were eager to become giant players. The era of the giants had officially begun. Seeing this, Shi Feng merely smiled as he continued toward the candlelight trading firm. While the giant race was impressively powerful, it also had glaring flaws. These flaws included promotion difficulty. Without a guild support, even expert players would struggle to reach Tier 3. Shi Feng had only chosen to convert 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers into giants due to Zero Wing's precarious position. Normally, he would have only converted players after ensuring that they understood the implications of the process. Of course, these giant players could return to their human state at the cost of a few levels. If they struggled with their Tier 3 promotion quests, they could simply convert back. A few lost levels wouldn't be a problem compared to gaining the giant race's advantages while they were still at Tier 2. Moreover, he could determine the truly talented players among the group by converting them into giants. Before converting, no one would know whether or not they'd be suitable for the race. Once he discovered these talented players, he could grant them the Titan bloodline, reducing their promotion difficulty and allowing them to shine as true giant experts. As for the various large guilds' search into the giant conversion, both Aqua Rose and Youlan had expressed some concerns on the matter. However, Shi Feng paid it no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public discovered Thunder Axe City, and he had already activated the teleportation array that led to it. Moreover, players would need some time to complete the conversion quest. If they used the normal method of becoming a giant meanwhile, Zero Wing would reap all of the possible benefits from the giant race. It wasn't long before Shi Feng reached his destination. When he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, he found that Melancholic Smile had already prepared the necessary manpower and materials to begin the Guardian Puppets production. Zero Wing urgently needed capable combatants, so it should work on increasing its members' levels and the number of giant players in its employ, but in Shi Feng's opinion, producing the Guardian Puppets was more meaningful. In the past, war weapons like the combat puppets were a large part of the reason that the various second- and third-rate guilds had survived the presence of first-rate guilds and superpowers. Sin Realm's decision to use the steel puppet against him had been foolish. Combat puppets weren't meant to kill individual players. They were only truly valuable when they defended or attacked towns and cities. Had Sin Realm utilized its steel puppet to protect Golden Flow Town, capturing the town would have been far more challenging. If Sin Realm had used enough combat puppets, Shi Feng would have been forced to rely on more than just his giant players. Likewise, if he crafted a certain number of Guardian Puppets, the various superpowers wouldn't be able to threaten Zero Wing. Inside his spacious special forging room, a small mountain of materials sat atop his work desk. These materials would only be enough to produce one power source for the Guardian Puppet. Let's begin. Shi Feng took in a deep breath as he examined the design and materials before him. He then activated the Soul Fire's and Philosopher's Hand's abilities, quickly melting down the fine Titan ingots and mana stones on the table. The most difficult part of constructing the Guardian Puppet was its power source. To attempt the production, one had to be an intermediate master forger at the very least. Moreover, an intermediate master would have a painfully low success rate. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Hand's ability could upgrade Shi Feng to Advanced Master Forger for a short time. This was why Shi Feng dared to attempt producing the Guardian Puppet. Time passed quickly. Before he had realized it, half a day had passed since Shi Feng had begun to work on the Guardian Puppet. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. Silver Pine City was the 7th largest NPC city in the Dark Knight Empire and fully under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. However, players from other large guilds roamed the city as if they owned the place. It did not look like the 100 Flowers Palace's territory. Meanwhile, the normally lively 100 Flowers Palace residence was as quiet as the grave. The palace's members watched one guild upper echelon after another enter the guild hall's first-floor hall, shock gripping their hearts when they saw the upper echelon's faces. Some of these upper echelons had come from other kingdoms and empires, and even the rarely seen guild elders made an appearance. What's going on? Why are all of the guild's upper echelons gathering here? Isn't that Crimson Heart, the first vice guild leader? Wasn't she managing the branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom? She's actually made a trip here? The 100 Flowers Palace's members went into an uproar when they saw the silver-armored, soldierly woman with crimson eyes. Although Crimson Heart was the guild's first vice-guild leader, she disagreed with the guild leader's management choices and had led a group of players to develop in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her endeavors in the kingdom had been quite successful, and she paid no heed to the main branch's matters. Even when the palace's main branch had fallen into a precarious state, she had refused to make an appearance. The guild's members had never expected Crimson Heart to visit the main branch at this time. When the crowd saw the 3 players following Crimson Heart, they couldn't help but gape. The highest leveled player among them had reached level 61. At that level, one could rank among the top 30 experts on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. Moreover, all 3 players wore level 60 equipment, with the weakest piece at Secret Silver rank. Level 60 Secret Silver equipment was currently considered top-tier equipment, and not even the various superpowers had many pieces. In addition, these 3 players had a few pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment on them. Most importantly, they all wore 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Many of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons were stupefied to see these 3 players as well. They had never considered that Crimson Heart's development in the Holy Hill Kingdom had been so profitable. Crimson, you're finally here. And here I thought that you planned to abandon the 100 Flowers Palace. A level 60, tier 2 male berserker carrying a great sword on his back commented, smiling when he saw Crimson Heart enter the meeting room. My opinions simply differ from the guild leaders, but I am still a member of the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, I have to make an appearance for such an important matter. Moreover, Ru has fallen too far. The 100 Flowers Pavilion can solve its own problems. We don't need outsiders' help. Crimson Heart sapped, frowning as a flash of rage lit her eyes. As soon as Crimson Heart fell silent, a commotion broke out outside of the meeting room. Shortly after, Cleansed Ru joined the guild's upper echelons with a dozen or so players trailing behind her, all of which wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests. Chapter 2031, Strong Team. Inside the grand, solemn meeting room, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons and guild elders were silent as they stared at Zero Wings players standing behind Cleansed Ru. How is this possible? Level 62. How does Zero Wing have so many level 61 experts and above? Are these people really from Zero Wing? I thought the players Fire Dance and Cola were Zero Wing's peak experts. The 100 Flowers Palace's members whispered to each other as they examined Silent Blade and the dozen or so Zero Wing members from afar, confusion filling their gazes. Although many of the players in the meeting room had reached level 60, a massive amount of EXP was necessary to rise from level 60 to 61. Currently, fewer than 30 people in the Dark Knight Empire had reached level 61, and even if they included the experts that chose to hide their levels, there were still less than 50 level 61 players in the Empire. Moreover, most of these players were from the 3 superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, the 14 representatives from Zero Wing could make up 1/3 of the Empire's highest-leveled players. Furthermore, 10 of them were level 62. If these Zero Wing members migrated to the Dark Knight Empire, they would instantly monopolize the top 10 positions on the Empire's ranking list. Although a player's level was not proof of strength, the equipment these players wore was at least on par with the equipment the 3 players who accompanied Crimson Heart wore. When these 14 Zero Wing members stood together, their combined aura was significantly stronger than the combined aura of Crimson Heart's 3 subordinates. Even the guild upper echelons felt greatly pressured by this aura, not to mention the guild members outside of the meeting room. It was no wonder why there had been such a commotion beyond the meeting room's doors. So, this is Zero Wing? It is even more powerful than the rumors claim. A hint of surprise flashed across the male berserker's face as he looked at Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, and the others. He was particularly surprised to see the young man leading Zero Wing's members. Despite having used an advanced identification skill, he couldn't learn any details about him. The only thing he discovered was the young man's name, Yi Feng. It seems that Zero Wing isn't all talk. No wonder it dares to meddle in our guild's affairs, Crimson Heart commented as she glanced at Shifeng and the others. Unfortunately, they came for nothing. A guild could not become more powerful by relying on a small number of peak experts. Although Zero Wing had sent a shocking number of peak experts, guilds had to rely on the cooperation of a large force of ordinary expert and elite players when safeguarding its territory. The greatsword-carrying berserker nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. From an outsider's point of view, the 100 Flowers Palace had fallen from its peak. However, that wasn't entirely true. At most, the guild had 2/3 of its previous power. Moreover, that didn't include the forces Crimson Heart had been nurturing in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her forces alone made up 1/3 of the palace's previous strength. Now that Crimson Heart had returned to the main branch, the guild had, in a way, recovered to its peak. With such strength, the guild would have no problem fending off Starlink's offensive. Starlink's main target, after all, was Unyielding Soul. After a brief discussion among the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the guild leader, Shadowflower, finally arrived, marking the meeting's official start. So, she's Shadowflower? Feng was a little taken aback when he saw the masked woman sitting in the guild leader's throne. The 100 Flowers Palace was one of the few guilds in the virtual gaming world that favored women over men. Meanwhile, among the multiple guild leaders that had led the 100 Flowers Palace, Shadowflower had accomplished the most. The 100 Flowers Palace had eventually grown into a quasi-super first-rate guild under this woman's lead during Feng's previous life. Although the palace never managed to become a super first-rate guild, it had amassed the strength to rival one. However, Shadowflower's identity had even been a mystery in the past. She almost never appeared before the public. People only knew of her existence, but no one had ever seen her in person. Many had speculated that Shadowflower was in her 30s or 40s, but when Feng inspected her with omniscient eyes, he discovered that she was barely over 20. She was even younger than Cleansed Rue, and she was no less beautiful. Her level was even more impressive as a level 61, Tier 2 assassin. While Feng quietly observed the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the players before him fell into a heated debate. Overall, these upper echelons had split into two main groups. The first group supported the idea of accepting Zero Wing's help, but with the condition that part of the remuneration was paid in resources, rather than solely shops and lands. The second group vehemently wanted to refuse Zero Wing's offer since, due to Crimson Heart's return, the 100 Flowers Palace had enough power to stop Starlink's merciless invasion. Cleansed Rue and Crimson Heart led these two groups, and both argued intensely. Big Sis Crimson, although Starlink hasn't officially been recognized as a super first-rate guild, it's in no way weaker than actual super first-rate guilds. It has even surpassed Unyielding Soul. It's targeting us to ensure that it can focus on Unyielding Soul later. Starlink is not playing around and will do everything in its power to eliminate us. With just our guild strength, resisting Starlink will be incredibly difficult. Cleansed Rue said. While you're correct, you know that there have been cases where guilds that rival first-rate guilds have stopped a superpower's offensive. Zero Wing's success against Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire is one such example. I admit that our guild doesn't have weapons like the basic combat device and magic-breaking crossbows, Crimson Heart said as she shot Feng a glance, who currently lounged in a guest seat. Revealing a faint smile, she continued, but we have an absolute advantage when it comes to terrain. We also have a large stock of blood source potions. Replicating Zero Wing's success and chasing Starlink out of our territories isn't necessarily impossible. The blood source potion was a unique berserk potion, which she had the recipe for. After consumption, players would instantly rise by 5 levels for 3 hours. During the potion's duration, they'd also enjoy a 20% basic attribute increase, and their physique would improve by 40%. The potion's side effects were its only flaws. Once the potion's duration ended, the player would lose 1 level and enter a weakened state for 12 hours. Because of this, it was considered taboo, and most players refused to use it unless absolutely necessary. If the 100 Flowers Palace used blood source potions against Starlink in the fields, it might achieve a greater victory than Zero Wings against Miracle. The palace had thousands of experts it could dispatch, whereas Zero Wings' forces had been limited to the number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows in its possession. Cleansed Rue fell silent at Crimson Heart's words. The other guild upper echelons also found her opinions reasonable. After all, Crimson Heart had relied on the Blood Source potion to secure a sizable territory in the Holy Hill Kingdom with a small number of guild members. Starlink couldn't afford to fight a drawn-out war with the 100 Flowers Palace if it wanted to deal with unyielding Soul. Once it discovered that the palace was too tough to finish off in a short time, it would give up on the palace. It was a similar mentality to the one miracle used when it withdrew from its fight with Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing was capable of stopping a superpower's offensive, why couldn't their guild do the same? Furthermore, the 100 Flowers Palace could dispatch far more experts than Zero Wing had during that fight. As the upper echelons discussed Crimson Heart's view and agreed with her suggestion, a system notification rang in their ears. Guild System, Starlink has captured East Valley Town's town order. East Valley Town is no longer be under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Chapter 2032, Proof of Ability. When they heard the guild system notification, the meeting room fell silent as if time had frozen. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons only recovered from their daze after 3 seconds had passed. East Valley Town has been captured? How is that possible? What did Starlink do? Quick, send someone to contact our people in East Valley Town. I want to know what's happening. Find out how Starlink captured it. The upper echelons barked out orders to their subordinates, demanding a full investigation into this matter. They were all visibly anxious, having abandoned their prior calm. Even Cleansed Rue, one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, was clearly flustered. East Valley Town was one of the 100 Flowers Palace's 3 most important towns due to its proximity to the Thorny Ridge, a level 60 to 80 neutral map. The Thorny Ridge was the most suitable map for players to grind and level up. Not only could players level up quickly there, but they could also secure excellent resources from the map. Furthermore, East Valley Town had almost been large enough to promote to intermediate rank. Due to East Valley Town's importance, the 100 Flowers Palace had stationed between 30,000 and 40,000 players in the town. Although only 1,000 of them were expert players, the rest being elites, East Valley Town shouldn't be easy to capture. To prevent other powers from taking the town from them, the guild had also constructed 8 defense turrets and 10 arrow towers, in addition to hiring 1,000 NPC soldiers for the town's protection. If worse came to worst, the palace had a collection of war weapons, Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls stored in the town. Yet, despite having such defenses, East Valley Town had fallen without any of them receiving word of an attack. Why wouldn't they worry when such a heavily fortified town had been captured so easily? After waiting for a short while, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons received reports from their subordinates. However, their expressions became even gloomier after reading the reports. Vice Guild Leader Rue, what happened in East Valley Town? Shifeng could not help but ask. We have received a report from the members stationed in the town. Starlink sealed off communication in the town before several thousand Tier 2 experts appeared in our residence. Because of how sudden the attack was, our members were caught completely off guard. Using the confusion to their advantage, Starlink's members claimed the town order, Cleansed Rue said, turning to Shifeng with a complex expression. Starlink had used the same tactical assault that Zero Wing had employed against the Starlight Alliance. It was highly likely that Starlink had only decided to use the tactic after witnessing Zero Wing's success. If Zero Wing had not used it, Starlink would likely have failed to capture such a fortified town as East Valley Town. Although this situation impressed upon the palace's upper echelons how truly impressive Zero Wing was, it was also a fact that Zero Wing had indirectly helped Starlink capture one of the palace's fortified towns. This would likely encourage these upper echelons' resentment against Zero Wing. They used our guild's assault tactic. Remnant Cloud and the others, who sat around Shifeng, were stunned. Although they felt as if the 100 Flowers Palace deserved their apology, they were also a little delighted. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons had already stated that they were capable of fending off a superpower in the same way Zero Wing had. However, Due to Zero Wing's tactic, the palace had lost one of its most important towns. However, the situation didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. After an adventurer team had used the tactic to destroy a guild town in the past, similar situations had occurred across God's domain. No one could resist the temptation of obtaining a guild town so easily. But using this tactic required one to fulfill certain conditions. The first condition required one to possess sufficiently strong combatants. The second condition involved the ability to transfer a large number of players across long distances. Naturally, the second condition was more difficult to fulfill since the majority of teleportation tools in the game only allowed individual travel. Group teleportation tools, even those that allowed short-distance travel, were extremely rare and valuable, not to mention long-distance, group teleportation tools. Normally, one would require tools like Tier 3 group teleportation scrolls to achieve the feat, but such scrolls were insanely rare, rivaling Tier 4 magic scrolls. They were not easy to come by. This was also why Shifeng treated his 7 Luminaries ring as a divine tool. Its ability to teleport a group of players was already immensely precious, not to mention its other abilities. However, that isn't the most important news right now. Based on the information we gathered during our people's investigations, Starlink simultaneously dispatched an army to Moon Creek Town, one of our other important bases, Cleansed Rue said. We estimate that the guild has mobilized over 300,000 players for the assault, and it has sealed off communication and all paths to the town. We were only able to learn of its movements through offline means. It was obvious that Starlink was serious about taking Moon Creek Town from the Hundred Flowers Palace. An army of 300,000 elite players was the equivalent of 3/4 of the palace's elite members. With all paths to and from Moon Creek Town blocked, teleportation to the town was impossible as well. It would take a very long time for the palace to mobilize a force large enough to match Starlink's army. Meanwhile, only around 30,000 players defended the town. By the time the palace's main army arrived, the guild would have likely lost Moon Creek Town. If the Hundred Flowers Palace lost Moon Creek Town as well, the guild would lose all hope of developing in the Dark Knight Empire. The various large guilds relied on their guild towns, which were usually constructed in high-resource maps, to obtain leveling resources and funds. Without any guild towns, a guild would stagnate. Guild leader, what should we do? It'll likely take an hour or two to gather 100,000 elite members right now, and we'll need another 4 or 5 hours to reach Moon Creek Town. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, I'm afraid it won't last that long. Don't forget, Starlink has set up blockades on the paths to Moon Creek Town. Getting through those blockades will likely take as much time as actually traveling to the town. How are we supposed to send reinforcements in that case? We've already lost East Valley Town. If we lose Moon Creek Town as well, we'll have no choice but to leave the Empire. All of the palace's upper echelons anxiously voiced their opinions, one after another. They had never expected Starlink to launch such a fierce offensive. Rather than facing their guild in the field, Starlink had directly assaulted their guild's vital points. All we can do is organize a small force of experts to break through Starlink's blockades. I have blood source potions with me. If we can get these potions to Moon Creek Town, we can fortify the town's defenses. We should be able to buy enough time for the main army to arrive, Crimson Heart declared. Currently, there are 2 paths that will allow us to reach the town quickly, but trying to break through a single front will be quite dangerous since both paths are relatively close to each other. The Starlink members stationed at the blockades will easily be able to provide each other reinforcements. Hence, I suggest that we try both paths. We'll use one force as bait while the other tries to deliver the blood source potions to Moon Creek Town. Rue, you insisted that we ally with Zero Wing, correct? Then, let's see Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing can't even help us with this operation, then the guild isn't strong enough to stop Starlink. This. Cleansed Rue couldn't help but turn to Shifeng with an awkward expression. She had merely invited Zero Wing's experts to this meeting to show off its strength to her guild's upper echelons. With that understanding, Zero Wing had only sent 14 experts with her. How could such a small force fight a large-scale battle? That won't be a problem. We can use this opportunity to prove to you that Zero Wing is powerful enough to repel Starlink, Shifeng volunteered, nodding calmly. Cleansed Ru had no choice but to agree with Crimson Heart's plan after Shifeng's approval. However, she intended to gather the experts under her command as well. She had suggested this alliance. She couldn't afford to watch from the sidelines. Since we're all in agreement, let's begin the operation. Moon Creek Town can't last long without our help, Crimson Heart said, flashing Shifeng a grin. In truth, she didn't have much hope of Zero Wing's success in this operation. She had only suggested the plan to prove to Zero Wing that she and her subordinates could smash through Starlink's blockade and reach Moon Creek Town in time to help its survival. Following which, the two Vice Guild leaders left to prepare, with Crimson Heart organizing the experts that had accompanied her from the Holy Hill Kingdom and Cleansed Ru leading her own subordinates and Zero Wing's group to the appointed location. Chapter 2033, Breaking Through. Dark Knight Empire, Silent Canyon. A 1,000-man team from the Hundred Flowers Palace rose through a rugged mountain path atop the guild's Black Panther mounts. The team left kicked up clouds of dust as they passed, the sound of the Black Panther's footfalls echoing throughout the valley. Players that encountered the army of Black Panthers stepped aside and made way for the beasts. In the lead, Crimson Heart rode atop a pitch-black drake, unlike the rest of her team. She wore a suit of silver armor and carried a dark purple spear across her back that radiated a frosty aura. Holding her mount's reins in one hand, she looked like a heroic Valkyrie riding into battle. Independent players who saw her were awestruck, and many unconsciously followed the army of Black Panthers in hopes of catching another glimpse of Crimson Heart. Who is she? Since when has the Hundred Flowers Palace had a member like that? She feels so powerful. I only caught a glimpse, but I can't help my desire to submit to her. You're new to the Dark Knight Empire, so it isn't unusual that you haven't heard of her. She's the Hundred Flowers Palace's first Vice Guild leader. With her strength alone, she established a branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom and developed it into one of the kingdom's 2 overlords in a short time. She's strongly opposed to entering her name on the God's Domain expert list, so the secret pavilion ended up giving her the title Shadow Spear. She's even stronger than the Hundred Flowers Palace's Frost Flame Goddess, Cleansed Ru. A title from the secret pavilion? Amazing! That's not all. The Dark Cloud Legion under her command is frighteningly strong. The Legion once defeated an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players in the Holy Hill Kingdom. The Legion isn't any weaker than Superpower's trump card legions. I've heard that Starlink has blocked off all paths to Moon Creek Town and intends to lay siege. She probably plans to reinforce the town by crossing the Silent Canyon. A siege battle? I have only seen siege battles in videos. Why don't we follow her and watch? The battle between Starlink and the Hundred Flowers Palace is definitely going to be an interesting show. You're right. We don't get many chances to watch siege battles in person. Once the battle is over, we might even get to make a little profit. The independent players quietly discussed the situation as they watched the Dark Cloud Legion dash by. Although Starlink's siege on Moon Creek Town had been a tight secret, it was very difficult to keep the assault under wraps when mobilizing such a large force. As some experts watched the imposing Dark Cloud Legion ride by, they began to grow even more interested in the upcoming battle. Unable to help themselves, they climbed on their mounts and chased after Crimson Heart and her team. Big Sis Crimson, quite a few players are following us. Should we deal with them? A female assassin with a devilish body asked Crimson Heart as she glanced at the players behind the team. Ignore them. With the commotion we're causing, hiding our actions is impossible. Let them tail after us, Crimson Heart said, shaking her head. Any news on the Starlink forces blocking this path? A report just came in. According to our scouts, Starlink has dispatched particularly powerful forces to guard the 2 shortest paths to the town. The guild must have guessed that we'd focus on these paths, so it sent 2 vice guild leaders, each with an army of 15,000 elite and expert players, to block the paths, the female assassin replied grimly. Starlink was a new guild that had only established after God's domain had launched. It had become a superpower so quickly, even rivaling Unyielding Soul, after annexing plenty of guilds, adventurer teams, and famous experts. Meanwhile, Starlink's vice guild leaders had either been guild leaders of first-rate guilds or commanders of top adventurer teams. They were all famous experts that had shaken the virtual gaming world in the past. Not only were these players incredibly strong as individuals, but they also had a large number of capable experts under their command. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified for the positions as Starlink's vice guild leaders. Since Starlink had sent 2 of its vice guild leaders to guard the 2 closest paths, breaking through would be even more difficult. Crimson Heart couldn't help her frown. Although she had expected Starlink to establish a tight blockade, she hadn't expected this much trouble. She then asked, "Do you know who the vice guild leaders are?" After taking a deep breath, the assassin replied in a soft, serious tone, "Starlink's 7th vice guild leader, Desert Tiger, is guarding the path we're on now. He has earned the title 100-Fist Tiger. The other path is guarded by Starlink's recently promoted 4th vice guild leader, 3 Kills. 3 Kills? He actually joined Starlink? How did Starlink manage to recruit him? I thought he decided to retire a long time ago?" Crimson Heart's expression darkened when she heard the name, 3 Kills. Ordinary players might not know the name, but as an upper echelon of a first-rate guild, Crimson Heart was quite familiar with 3 Kills. The name had once shaken the virtual gaming world's apex over a dozen years ago. 3 Kills had been the guild leader of the super guild, Jormungandr. He had been one of the only geniuses that appeared in the guild once a decade. However, for some unknown reason, 3 Kills had announced his retirement one day, leaving the virtual gaming world alongside a large group of experts. Less than 5 years later, Jormungandr had disbanded and faded from the virtual gaming world, and other super guilds and super first-rate guilds had poached its abandoned members. However, when 3 Kills had led the guild, Jormungandr had nearly become one of the top 4 super guilds in the virtual gaming world. "We don't know the exact reason, but we're certain that this player is the real 3 Kills, the female assassin said, shuddering. Ordinary players would assume that a super guild's guild leader only played a management role in the guild, but Crimson Heart, a first-rate guild's upper echelon, knew that the position was proof of one's strength in super guilds. With a big shot like 3 Kills defending the blockade, why wouldn't she shudder in fear? "Hopefully, Zero Wing can buy us some time," Crimson Heart said as she examined the map. "Let's increase our speed. We need to break through the blockade before Zero Wing clashes with 3 Kills." She had planned to show off the 100 Flowers Palace's strength to Zero Wing in this operation, proving that the palace was no weaker than Zero Wing, perhaps even stronger. Once Zero Wing realized its inferior position, it would give up on trying to lay claim to the palace's shops and lands. However, she had lost her previous certainty. Even a super first-rate guild would likely struggle to get past a blockade led by 3 Kills, not to mention Zero Wing. Right now, she needed to put as much distance between her team and 3 Kills as possible before he annihilated Zero Wing's small force. If she had to fight both Desert Tiger and 3 Kills at once, she'd never reach Moon Creek Town. Following which, Crimson Heart and the Dark Cloud Legion members increased their pace to reach Starlink's blockade before the agreed-upon time. Meanwhile, on another path through the Silent Canyon, Cleansed Rue's group had arrived a short distance away from Starlink's blockade. "Elder Yi Feng, the situation has changed. I've just received a report stating that 3 Kills is leading the force ahead. He was the guild leader of Jormungandr, a super guild from several years ago." Cleansed Rue reported grimly. "Breaking past them is no longer possible here. However, I'm hoping that you can help me delay 3 Kills for some time. If we can hold him off for 4 or 5 minutes, it will be enough." "I see. I understand, but since we've agreed to prove Zero Wing's ability to resist Starlink to the 100 Flowers Palace, We cannot go back on our word. Zero Wing would become a laughingstock among the other guilds if we did. We'll make sure you and your team make it to Moon Creek Town, Feng calmly declared. 3 kills is a monster of an expert. Do you really think that you can break through his blockade? A Tier 2 female cleric from the Hundred Flowers Palace asked when she heard Feng's confident tone. If the path is only guarded by one monster like him, we shouldn't have any issues, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Big Sis Ru, this person is insane. The female cleric whispered to her leader, flabbergasted. She very nearly failed to control herself and shot Feng a disdainful look. Zero Wing had only sent them 14 players. Although the narrow mountain terrain didn't allow large-scale combat, only suitable for a small number of players to fight each other at a time, getting past a force of 15,000 elite and expert players with such a small force would be nigh impossible. Furthermore, Starlink's force was led by the former guild leader of a super guild. The female cleric sent a hopeful glance at Remnant Cloud and his companions behind Feng. She hoped that they would stop such a mentally disturbed leader, but when she saw one of Zero Wing's members open their mouth, assuming that they would indeed dissuade Feng. Boss Feng, can you leave 3 kills to me? Chapter 2034, Beyond Salvation. Even Feng was shocked into turning towards Seven Light, the player who asked to face 3 kills. Seven Light was very young, and he hadn't come into contact with virtual reality games until recently. In fact, God's Domain was the first virtual reality game he had ever played. However, his talent was the real deal. Although he had only joined Zero Wing recently, his talent for combat had helped him rise through the guild's ranks to its main force through the guild's monthly ranking competition. Seven Light had also gained more inspiration and strength from his training in the Extraordinary Tower than any of his comrades. Feng had to admit that the youth was worthy of the title Arclight Sword Emperor, the title he had wielded during Feng's previous life. Although Seven Light had yet to enter the realms of truth, he had unexpectedly entered the realms of refinement during his training, becoming one of Zero Wing's few refinement realm experts. Alright, I'll leave him to you. Seeing the fighting spirit in Seven Light's eyes, Feng could see that he truly wanted to test his newfound strength. Although Seven Light had only reached the refinement realm, which wouldn't be significant in a superpower, he also wore the level 60 Demonkin set equipment he had obtained after slaying the Demonkin King. Feng had awarded Seven Light the set equipment after he had entered the refinement realm. Rather, only refinement realm experts qualified to utilize the set, giving the equipment to an ordinary expert would be a waste. This was also the reason that Feng had only distributed the level 60 secret silver equipment to the players who had participated in the Demonkin King raid, while he had stored the fine gold and dark gold equipment in the guild warehouse. Seven Light currently wore the level 60 dark gold ranked Demonkin chest piece and boots, while the pants, gloves, helmet, and bracers were fine gold ranked set pieces. Despite the difference in quality, the combination still activated the Demonkin set's 6-piece set effects. The Demonkin set's effects were no weaker than Kola's Scorching Wind set. However, since the Scorching Wind set was level 70 equipment, its basic attribute bonuses were far higher than the level 60 Demonkin set. They were 2 of the best set equipment available in the game right now. Understood. I swear I will complete this mission. Seven Light could not help his growing excitement when Feng agreed to his request. After listening to the conversation between Feng and Seven Light, the Tier 2 female cleric nearby rolled her eyes at Zero Wing's members. Now, she looked at the players as if they were psychopaths. Their opponent had once been a super guild's guild leader, a legendary existence in the virtual gaming world, yet Feng and Seven Light spoke as if 3 kills was some common monster that could easily be defeated. Big Sis Ru, the Tier 2 cleric, could not help but tug on Cleansed Ru's sleeve in a plead for comfort. She hoped that Cleansed Ru would be able to dissuade these lunatics. Cleansed Ru could only sigh in response, expressing her agreement. However, she found it natural that Zero Wing's members knew nothing of 3 kills. After all, Zero Wing was a relatively new guild, so it was ignorant about many things regarding the virtual gaming world's hierarchy. Furthermore, 3 kills had retired over a decade ago. After all was said and done, she had been responsible for inviting Zero Wing's members here, and since they wanted to smash through the blockade, how could she demand they sacrifice themselves to simply buy some time instead? Vice Guild Leader Ru, it's almost time. Should we set off? Shifeng asked as he turned to Cleansed Ru. Are we not going to discuss our plan for getting past the blockade? Cleansed Ru asked, giving Shifeng a strange look. Aside from Zero Wing's 14 members, she had brought with her more than 900 experts from the 100 Flowers Palace to help their operation. Although she recognized Shifeng and his companion's strength, they were, at best, as powerful as ordinary peak experts. They should be far weaker than a superpower's peak experts. If they did not plan this operation properly, the enemy ranged experts would likely bombard them to smithereens before they could reach the blockade. Moreover, the defenders had the advantage with how narrow the terrain was. Even a 10,000-strong army could easily hold back several tens of thousands of players for a long time, much less their team of 1,000 players. Right? We need to come up with a plan. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Shifeng's reaction rendered the 100 Flowers Palace members speechless. They hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would have an upper echelon that lacked such common sense. I'll explain what I have in mind, then. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, later, my team and I will spearhead the charge. Once we tear a hole through Starlink's defenses, the enemy will concentrate their firepower on us. Catch up with us the moment you see an opening, and try to avoid fighting the enemy as much as possible. We are severely outnumbered after all. If we try to fight them, we'll be at a disadvantage. As soon as Shifeng finished, every player from the 100 Flowers Palace stared at him with dropped jaws. They would have cursed at him if Cleansed Ru hadn't been there. How was that supposed to be a plan? He basically wanted them to launch a kamikaze attack. If they truly followed Shifeng's play, they might as well call themselves the Suicide Team. Shifeng wasn't satisfied with simply sacrificing himself and his players. He actually wanted them to die with him. Did he think that they were just as mentally ill as he was? Very good. It seems nobody has any issues with it, Shifeng said, nodding his head when no one spoke up. In that case, let's begin. Big Sis Ru, are we really going to follow him? The Tier 2 female cleric could not help but ask Cleansed Ru softly. She felt that Shifeng's mental disorder was beyond salvation. If they followed his plan, they'd likely be annihilated within 30 seconds. They'd break the record for the fastest 1,000-man team to die while charging a blockade, becoming the biggest joke in the Dark Knight Empire. Let them go. Once they die, we'll think of a better plan to buy time. That way, Big Sis Crimson's side should have an easier time breaking through to the town, Cleansed Ru said. She released a deep sigh as she watched Shifeng and the others, who eagerly prepared to charge into Starlink's blockade. Meanwhile, hundreds of independent players stood less than 1,000 yards away from Starlink's fortifications. They all waited for Starlink to let them pass. Although many of these independent players whispered complaints, none of them could do anything about the roadblock. Starlink had set up their blockade in a strategic location, choosing a path that was sandwiched between 2 steep cliffs. Although the cliffs were not magically enhanced, even high-agility assassins would struggle to climb across. Furthermore, several hundred ranged experts stood guard atop each cliff. They'd easily spot anyone who attempted to climb the rockside. Getting past this blockade without being detected was simply impossible. The main path was guarded by several hundred MTs. Tier 2 MTs fully comprised the first 2 defensive lines, and when they raised their shields in unison, not even a rat could sneak past them, much less players. Boss kill. Someone's trying to break past Desert Tiger's team. From what we've learned, these players seem to be from the Dark Cloud Legion that follows Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first Vice Guild leader. It's the palace's strongest legion, with impressively strong members. Why don't we take some people and head over to take a look? I'm tired of sitting here and doing nothing, it's boring. A level 60, Tier 2 ranger holding a beer bottle suggested to the middle-aged man wearing dark blue plate armor and carrying 2 warhammers. It seems the 100 Flowers Palace is tired of sitting still, 3 Kills calmly commented. Since they're here, let's greet the Shadow Spear. Although 3 Kills looked like a man in his 40s, and he was relatively slim, lacking muscle mass, he radiated a chilling aura that made players unconsciously distance themselves from him. If a player examined him with an advanced identification skill, they'd discover that 3 Kills was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker, and his equipment was just as frightening. He wore a total of 5 epic items, 4 equipment pieces and 1 weapon. Of the rest of his equipment, the weakest piece was level 60 Secret Silver rank. His aura wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a level 60 Grand Lord's. As 3 Kills finished speaking, the Starlink players that were responsible for scouting the surrounding area shouted, "Enemy sighted 500 yards away. A team of players is rapidly approaching." With the scouts' warning, Starlink's elite players began to grow nervous. The 100 Flowers Palace had been pushed to the brink of destruction, and the guild wouldn't spare any expense to get past their roadblock. Even though they had the defender's advantage, they'd need to spend a long time grinding to recover the lost EXP on the off chance that they died in the upcoming battle. Luck is on our side today. We actually get to participate in such an event. Hopefully, I'll loot a good piece of equipment before this is over. Starlink's Tier 2 experts, however, didn't respond in kind. Rather, they practically vibrated with excitement and anticipation. The independent players that waited to move past the blockade had heard Starlink's experts, showing similar excitement. They rarely witnessed large-scale guild battles like this, and they were so close to the battlefield. With how chaotic combat was, they might be able to take advantage of the situation to secure some unexpected loot for themselves. The 100 Flowers Palace is launching a 2-prong assault? After giving the matter some thought, 3 Kills asked, "How many people are approaching?" 14. Chapter 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. The scout's report stunned Starlink's members, clearly wondering if the scout was toying with them. Even 140 players would die instantly if they assaulted the blockade, much less 14 players. If the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to make it past the roadblock, it should have at least sent a 1,000-man team like the Legion that assaulted Desert Tiger's post. They must be independent players that want to head to Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace can't be this stupid. I agree. They're most likely just passing by. The Starlink members that had prepared for a fight began to relax. They also shot the scout disdainful looks for making them worry over nothing. Starlink hadn't publicly announced its siege on Moon Creek Town, so very few knew about it. Even if some players discussed the situation on the official forums, most players grinding in the fields rarely checked the forums while they worked. It wasn't unexpected to find players that didn't know about Starlink's blockades as they made their way to the town. In fact, they had already encountered several similar parties. No, these players are different. They're all wearing black cloaks and I can't tell who they are. Moreover, their movement speed is extremely high. The man leading the charge is also riding an extraordinary mount. The mount is around 5 meters tall. It should be a Secret Silver rank or higher. They're definitely not ordinary players. The scout hurriedly explained. Although mounts had already become popular among ordinary players, bronze rank and higher were still incredibly rare. Even at this stage of the game, the various large guilds' upper echelons didn't necessarily own mysterious iron mounts, let alone Secret Silver rank. That's interesting. Everyone, get ready. We'll see what they intend to do. 3 Kills commanded, deciding to take the situation seriously after hearing the scout's explanation. As the scout had said, ordinary players weren't capable of obtaining a Secret Silver mount. Even 3 Kills had only recently secured a Secret Silver mount. When they heard 3 Kills command, Starlink's members began to prepare for combat. After a short moment, a dozen or so figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. Each of them wore a black cloak, preventing anyone from determining whether they were independent or guild players. However, as the scout had claimed, these players rode extraordinary mounts. The movement speed was far greater than common rank mounts, at least as fast as bronze rank dash. Incoming players, listen up. Starlink has closed down this road. Dismount immediately and maintain a 100-yard distance. We'll kill any who resist. One of Starlink's members shouted a warning once the strangers were nearly 100 yards from the blockade. But despite the warning, these intruders maintained their speed, continuing their approach. Didn't they hear Starlink's warning? They had to. I've even farther from the blockade, and I heard it clearly. How could they not hear the warning? Do they plan to charge through the blockade? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Starlink we're talking about. Such a small force isn't even a warm-up for Starlink's members. The hundreds of independent players waiting by the roadside were astonished as they watched the dozen or so figures run towards the blockade without any hesitation. When the cloaked figures were less than 70 yards from the blockade, another Starlink scout shouted, "A 1,000-man team from the 100 Flowers Palace has appeared 500 yards away. They're slowly approaching our location." Is this first group acting as bait? The Tier 2 Ranger, Mountain Passenger, wondered aloud after taking a swig of his beer. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he watched the dozen or so mounted figures, saying, "Boss, it seems the 100 Flowers Palace has seriously underestimated us. Can I go ahead and eliminate those riders by myself? Forget it. I'm sure this team is simply here to delay us, ensuring that the team on Desert Tigers Road can make it to Moon Creek Town," 3 Kills said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, "Since that is the case, take a team of 3,000 and reinforce Desert Tigers' forces. As for this bait, we'll leave them to Tyrant." Understood. Mountain Passenger replied as realization dawned on him. As a first-rate guild, the 100 Flowers Palace had ways of learning about their movements. Information gathering was one of a first-rate guild's foundational abilities. Once the palace had discovered their intentions, it would realize that breaking past Starlink's forces would be impossible on this path. Hence, they intended to send wave after wave of a dozen or so players at the blockade, buying time for the palace's Dark Cloud Legion to force its way past the other blockade. Unfortunately, 3 Kills was the palace's opponent this time. If he hadn't been there, its ploy might have been successful. We don't need to waste time on these suicidal bastards. All ranged players, attack together. 3 Kills commanded as he glanced at Shifeng and the other Zero-Wing players. The several hundred ranged players atop the cliffs on both sides of the road began to prepare their attacks. However, just before these players could launch their attacks, a massive, silver magic array appeared above them, covering a 500-yard radius. Pitch-black smoke flowed out of the array, and the Starlink members who were about to use their skills and spells found themselves silenced. An AoE silence? Mountain Passenger stared at the black smoke, stunned. AoE silencing skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain. A Tier 3 AoE silencing scroll's value could even rival that of a Tier 4 magic scroll, both treasured in any guild. Naturally, skills and tools that could employ an AoE silence were far more valuable, and one would need more than just tens of thousands of gold to purchase one. Yet, for the sake of its bait, the 100 Flowers Palace had used such a trump card. It was insanely extravagant. A feudal struggle. Do they think silencing us will change anything? Everyone used normal attacks. 3 Kills calmly commanded, unfazed by the AoE silence effect. The debuff would be crucial in a team fight. Starlink still had an overwhelming numerical advantage. A single normal attack might not pose much of a threat to these trespassers, but several hundred at the same time would. Furthermore, their ranged players had the high ground. These 14 players would find their attacks difficult to dodge. Hearing 3 Kills' command, his teammates calmed down and used normal attacks against Shifeng's group. Hundreds of arrows rained down on Zero-Wing's members. But after a second, Starlink's players were stupefied. The 14 players moved through the arrows as if strolling through their own backyards. None of the arrows touched them. How is this possible? Starlink's members, as well as the 100 Flowers Palace's scouting assassins and the spectating players, stared at Zero Wing's small force with gaping mouths. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were talking about several hundred arrows. Even ordinary experts would be forced to defend themselves with their weapons. Some ordinary experts wouldn't even block every arrow, taking a few hits. However, not only had Shifeng and his party dodged every arrow, but they had also done so effortlessly. Based on their appearances, they still had plenty of energy to spare. However, Seven Light and his companions weren't surprised in the least. After all, compared to dodging the Extraordinary Tower's attacks during the trial, avoiding these arrows was child's play. Not only were the arrows much slower, but their attack trajectories remained unchanged as well. Players that could reach the 150-yard mark in the first floor trial could easily avoid these arrows, not to mention Seven Light and his teammates, who had reached the 100-yard mark. Meanwhile, after Starlink's Rangers launched several volleys of arrows, Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Stubborn Bone, Graceful Moon, Silent Blade, and the other Zero Wing experts finally arrived before the blockade's defensive line. The level 58 to 60, Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that made up the first defensive line had already raised their shields, forming an unshakable steel wall. But when Seven Light and his comrades reached them, they plowed through the wall without hesitation. They did not even pause to find attack opportunities or target the MTs with weaker equipment. Omni Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Savage Charge, Boomdash. Like a powerful cannon blast, Zero Wing's players forced a hole through the steel wall almost instantly. Dozens of Starlink's Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were sent flying, crashing into the players at the rear. Not a single Starlink player could be found within 15 yards of the Zero Wing party. Chapter 2036, Successive Breakthroughs. Starlink's members were stunned after watching Seven Light, Silent Blade, and the others blast apart the human wall. The fact that these 14 players had dodged a rain of arrows was already shocking enough, but the word was no longer enough to describe the scene they had just witnessed. Are they monsters? This thought simultaneously drifted through the minds of Starlink's players. The MTs on the first line were bona fide Tier 2 experts, fully geared in level 55 secret silver equipment. Some of them even wore 1 or 2 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment. They were the envy of ordinary experts. That defensive line shouldn't have broken even under an assault by several thousand elite and expert players. Yet just 14 players had shattered it. Meanwhile, the independent players and the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts were just as flabbergasted. Not only had Zero Wing's party broken past Starlink's defensive lines, but they had also sent the Tier 2 MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Their strength was beyond common sense. However, after a short moment of silence, Starlink's experts recovered from their shock and promptly reinforced the second defensive line while the guild's ranged players provided cover fire. Now, Starlink's members wouldn't dare look down on Seven Light and his party. Only, their changed attitude didn't faze Zero Wing's players. Although Starlink's expert players were well-equipped, Seven Light and the others were far beyond that. The weakest piece of equipment among them was level 60 secret silver rank, while most of their equipment consisted of level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Their basic attributes far surpassed those of Starlink's experts. Furthermore, due to their Tier 2 skills and spells enhancing their combat power, they increased the gap between themselves and Starlink's standards. The difference between them was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Zero Wing's players sent one Starlink member after another flying. Starlink's Tier 1 players couldn't even put up a fight as Seven Light and his companions' skills and spells killed them instantly. Without the help of their skills, the guild's Tier 2 experts only survived a few blows before they, too, fell. In less than 10 seconds, Starlink's second defensive line had shattered. Unlike the initial charge, however, Seven Light and his party left corpses in their path. Am I dreaming? Are those people really players? The watching independent players felt as if they were in a dream as they stared at the corpses littering the mountain path. They had witnessed many team battles before, but they had never watched over a dozen players slaughter several thousand. Seven Light and the others massacred Starlink's experts as if they were slaughtering chickens, taking a life with every swing of their weapons. Although Starlink's members had successfully landed a few hits, Zero Wings healers easily mitigated the damage. Although Starlink was normally the target of independent players' hatred, they couldn't help but pity its members as they watched the carnage. Some of them even considered cheering on Starlink's members, protesting the fear and irrationality Seven Light and the others instilled in them. How is this possible? I thought they were supposed to be the palace's bait. Is the Dark Cloud Legion the true bait? 3 Kills was confused as he watched the invaders break his second defensive line. Boss, they're going to reach the third defensive line soon. If they break that line as well, we'll have trouble stopping them, Mountain Passenger warned his commander when he realized that 3 Kills hadn't yet given an order. Should we join the fight? They had set up quite a few defensive lines on this mountain path, but the first 3 were the strongest. If the enemy broke through, the most the rest of their players could do was buy time. They'd have no chance of stopping the 100 Flowers Palace's advance. Meanwhile, failing the first major mission it received after joining Starlink would be a massive embarrassment for Jormungandr. If the fallout weren't handled properly, it might even lose its standing within Starlink. Go! We can no longer afford to hold back, 3 Kills said, nodding. In a chilling tone, he continued, since we must get involved, we cannot give these intruders an easy death. Boss, rest assured, since these people have spoiled our plans, I'll make sure they regret ever standing before us. Mountain Passenger enthusiastically declared. He had to admit that these newcomers were quite strong, nothing that ordinary experts could compare to. However, compared to Jormungandr's peak experts, they were nothing. God's domain had main tools, and among them, some doubled a player's death penalty. Fortunately, these Starlink experts had something even more valuable. The Necromancer's globe in their possession targeted players' souls. Although it was a one-time use item, the targeted player would be barred from logging into God's domain for 5 to 10 days and suffer a permanent 15% decrease to their physique if they died within half an hour. To expert players, such a loss was far worse than losing several levels and several pieces of top-tier equipment. When Zero Wings players were within 30 yards of the third defensive line, 10 figures emerged from both sides of the road, blocking their path. Commander Mountain? When Starlink's members saw these figures, excitement instantly replaced their anxiety. All 10 players were peak experts within the guild, existences that ordinary players like themselves had no hope of comparing to. Every one of them was a monster capable of single-handedly eliminating several hundred ordinary experts. Although Seven Light and the others wielded frightening strength, they were no match for Mountain Passenger's group. After all, Seven Light's party relied on an AoE silencing effect to secure an overwhelming victory. Without it, the first defensive line would have stopped these players. Starlink's peak experts. When Seven Light and his comrades saw these 10 players, they knew that these experts were on an entirely different level than the players they had faced thus far. Every one of them radiated a boundless killing intent, and the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 55 fine gold rank, with quite a few pieces being level 60 secret silver rank. Moreover, some of them wore epic equipment in terms of equipment. These 10 peak experts could almost rival their own. I'm truly surprised that you managed to break past 2 defensive lines without stopping, but now that our boss has allowed us to take action, your advance stops here. Mountain Passenger said, chuckling as he observed Seven Light and the others. I had wanted to toy with you, but since you've made such a huge mess, we need to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire. So, I'll have to ask you to struggle as much as you can. After saying so, Mountain Passenger waved a hand. Immediately, the 9 players around him began to move. The leading ranger then removed the ancient, pitch-black bow that hung over a shoulder and pulled back its string. "Since you're hiding so far away, I'll start with you," Mountain Passenger said with a sneer. 3 streaks of black light then flew toward Shifeng, who stood the farthest away from the third defensive line. Advanced Combat Technique, Triple Moon Strike. It seemed as if Mountain Passenger had only fired 3 normal arrows, but in reality he had launched 6, each arrow moving in tight pairs. When they struck, their hits would contain at least 60% more strength that the Ranger possessed. Not even Tier 2 MTs of the same combat standards could stop his attack. However, when these 3 streaks of light clashed with Shifeng's killing ray, they stopped as if they had crashed into an adamantine wall. The arrows crumbled under their own power instantly, their remains scattering across the ground before Shifeng. Chapter 2037, Whimsical Battle. He blocked it? Mountain Passenger stared at the remnants of his arrows in astonishment. He wasn't the only one surprised by the outcome. The other 9 members of 3 Kills' personal security team were also stunned. Most of Starlink's members might not know about Mountain Passage's Triple Moon Strike, but as long-term friends, they were aware of how powerful the combat technique was. Not even they dared to intercept the move directly. Not only would they suffer grievous injuries by doing so, but it would also force them to reveal holes in their defenses. Yet, Shifeng had neutralized the technique effortlessly. For a moment, they wondered if their eyes had played a trick on them, and Mountain Passage had simply used an ordinary attack, not truly employing a combat technique. Not bad. While it looks like a normal attack, it's actually an advanced combat technique that can end a life if one's not careful. No wonder why you were so confident, Shifeng praised, chuckling at the distant Mountain Passenger. Mountain Passage wasn't pleased to receive Shifeng's praise, but humiliated, giving the swordsman an intensely frosty expression. As one of Jormungandr's peak experts, he had been quite famous in the virtual gaming world for over a decade. He felt humiliated and displeased to receive such an evaluation from an unknown junior, who was still in his early 20s. "You have a big mouth for someone so young. You merely relied on your high strength to block one of my moves. I'll show you what a true expert is," Mountain Passenger bellowed as he readied his bow. Show! 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 One streak of black light after another flew toward Shifeng. Although each attack carried Mountain Passenger's normal strength, the Ranger had launched a large number of attacks simultaneously, his arrows raining down on Shifeng without pause. Advanced Combat Technique, Storm Barrage. Unlike Triple Moon Strike, Storm Barrage didn't rely on overwhelming power to destroy the target, rather, it relied on a continuous stream of attacks to suppress and whittle down the target. Mountain Passenger had created the Advanced Combat Technique specifically to counter strength-based players. While the Ranger fired his arrows, 7 Light and the other Zero Wing members shifted their gazes to Shifeng. "What? Are you thinking of helping him? If that's the case, I've got some bad news for you. You won't get past me." Tyrant Dragon, a level 61, Tier 2 Berserker and another member of 3 Kills' personal security team, chuckled at 7 Light and the others. "You can only blame that kid for provoking the wrong person. He might have lived a while longer, but now, no one can save him." "Help?" Giving Tyrant Dragon a curious look, 7 Light asked, "Why would we try to help him? You don't realize why he needs help? You guys are really looking down on Mountain Passenger." Tyrant Dragon could not help but laugh at 7 Light's response. He never expected to find a bunch of nobodies looking down on Mountain Passenger, someone who had been renowned in the virtual gaming world back in the day. Mountain is quite strong. If he hadn't been keeping such a low profile, he could have easily ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain's experts list. But since it's been so long since anyone has made me laugh, I'll hold off for now and let you witness how powerless someone who only relies on overwhelming strength truly is before Mountain Passenger. This lesson will benefit you all. As soon as Tyrant Dragon finished speaking, more of Mountain Passenger's arrows rained down on Shifeng. Not only were these arrows incredibly fast, but they'd also collide while in mid-flight, altering their attack trajectories. The complexity of Mountain Passenger's attacks was on an entirely different level than the rangers who guarded the mountain path. However, despite the arrows descending, he simply and leisurely walked toward the ranger. As if they were deliberately avoiding Shifeng, none of the falling arrows touched him. Although some of the arrows looked as if they'd find their mark, a blue light would flash before Shifeng, deflecting the arrows and sending them to crash into other arrows. Like the domino effect, these arrows would then collide with other arrows. Eventually, every arrow that might have struck Shifeng landed at his feet. Am I dreaming? Every player watching the battle was stupefied by the scene. Although they had considered the possibility of Shifeng avoiding the arrows or using a skill to block them, they had never imagined that a player could counter a rain-like attack method using nothing more than normal attacks. Not even domain realm experts would necessarily succeed, let alone peak experts. Storm Barrage consumed a lot of stamina, so Mountain Passenger was forced to stop after a little more than 10 seconds of using the technique. Now, when he looked at Shifeng, who stood less than 20 yards away, he did so with an expression that was tenser than ever before. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shifeng's performance wasn't anything like his previous feat. The swordsman had relied on brute force to counter his triple moonstrike, but now he relied entirely on combat techniques. Although I don't know why you would think that I'm not a real expert or why you chose to attack me first, I'd like to know if it's my turn to attack now? Shifeng asked Mountain Passenger with a lackluster expression. The moment Shifeng finished his question, Mountain Passenger felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him. He immediately realized that Shifeng wasn't just some player with nothing but basic attributes, but someone with combat standards that could rival or surpass his own. Upon realizing this fact, Mountain Passenger pushed his 5 senses to their limits and focused all of his attention on Shifeng. However, Shifeng suddenly vanished without a trace. By the time he relocated the swordsman, the man had moved within attack range. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. A blue flash passed by Mountain Passenger's throat. Despite seeing the attack, the ranger had no time to block or dodge the strike. He could only watch as killing ray slit his throat, draining his HP bar. Eventually, his HP fell to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Only after Mountain Passenger's vision faded and his body was thoroughly paralyzed did he understand that Shifeng had killed him, and he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. When Mountain Passenger died, the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the ranger's corpse in silence. Mountain Passenger, one of 3 Kill's personal bodyguards, had died, just like that. The players who were most shocked were undoubtedly Tyrant Dragon and the other guard team members. Although they couldn't believe that the ranger was dead, their instincts as peak experts forced them to move. They immediately put more distance between them and Shifeng, moving as far from the swordsman as possible. Their instincts screamed at them that if this man came within attack range, they would suffer dire consequences. Chapter 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Tyrant Dragon and the others reacted very quickly. The instant Mountain Passenger died, they realized that they'd be no match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. They'd have to work together if they hoped to secure their victory. However, as Tyrant Dragon and his teammates retreated, Shifeng vanished once more. By the time he reappeared, he stood before a level 60, Tier 2 assassin. He was so fast that he was impossible to follow with the naked eye. The moment the Tier 2 assassin saw Shifeng before him, he understood that escape was futile. Instinctively, the assassin used his trademark move. Advanced Combat Technique, Phantom Assault. As if the assassin had used a doppelganger skill, his body split into 4 copies, all striking at Shifeng. It was impossible to determine which copy was real. In addition, this assassin possessed an innate talent that amplified the Phantom Assault, Godspeed response. The assassin's reaction speed was extraordinary, allowing him to execute more movements than normal players in the same time span. This was a rare talent that could only surface in 1 out of several million people. When the assassin combined his talent with Phantom Assault, he could execute attacks that were impossible to block. This even held true against an opponent that could see his attacks. However, before the assassin's 4 copies could move within 3 yards of the swordsman, Shifeng's killing ray thrust into the assassin's heart with lightning speed. A moment later, the assassin's 3 doppelgangers faded, and his HP fell to 0. When the assassin noticed that his vision had begun to fade and saw the sword impaling his chest, he opened his mouth in an attempt to ask how the swordsman had performed the feat. Unfortunately, the assassin couldn't produce any sound. The other members of 3 Kills' personal security team felt an unprecedented fear launch through them. Shifeng was too fast. Not only was his attack speed incredible, but his reaction speed was just as fast. He's a monster. Do not let him get within melee range. Attack him from as far away as possible. After watching another companion fall, Tyrant Dragon began to retreat away from Shifeng with even more urgency. He now understood that Shifeng was beyond their capabilities. However, a figure abruptly dashed past Tyrant Dragon and intercepted his retreat. The figure also sent 2 fierce thrusts towards Tyrant Dragon's blind spots. Scram! Tyrant Dragon bellowed, sensing the incoming attacks. Twisting, he began to spin while swinging his greatsword, the blade deflecting the incoming strikes. Although he had blocked the 2 attacks, the figure didn't end their assault. On the contrary, this figure intensified their attacks. In the blink of an eye, 2 more attacks flew towards Tyrant Dragon. Defending himself, Tyrant Dragon brandished his greatsword once more. Ping! He blocked these attacks as well, but he had to stumble 3 steps back before he could stabilize his stance. Strength combination? Through his greatsword's vibrations, Tyrant Dragon knew that he hadn't just blocked ordinary attacks. He shifted his gaze toward his assailant, wanting to know who attacked him, but he was stunned to see the player before him. You! The person standing in Tyrant Dragon's way was none other than Seven Light, whom he had been prepared to clash with previously. Tyrant Dragon simply could not believe that this brat was capable of executing a technique as difficult as strength combination. He isn't just a refinement realm expert? Tyrant Dragon couldn't help but wonder as he stared at the youth. Strength combination was an advanced combat technique. Logically, a mere refinement realm expert shouldn't be able to master the technique. Normally, players could only master it after reaching the Void Realm since it required perfect timing during execution. The slightest deviation would result in a failure to combine the strength of multiple attacks. A player would only be able to perform such a precise attack once they were capable of pushing their 5 senses to their very limits. When Tyrant Dragon recalled Shifeng's victory over Mountain Passenger, he felt that his guess was likely correct. When he realized that this little fellow, who likely wasn't even 20 years old, was a Void Realm expert, he couldn't help his shock. Within the various super guilds, players who could reach the flowing water realm before the age of 20 were considered geniuses among geniuses, treated like priceless gems in their guilds, yet Seven Light had reached the Void Realm at such a young age. He was likely a genius that only surfaced once every decade. If that were the case, Tyrant Dragon was no match for Seven Light in a one-on-one fight even after so long. He hadn't yet mastered strength combination. If he tried to fight a player that had mastered the technique, had wielded combat standards on his level, he'd be guaranteed to lose. Tyrant Dragon shook his head, attempting to banish the thought. Based on his previous attacks, he should have more strength than me. If he really has mastered strength combination, the impact would have been more intense. While Tyrant Dragon struggled with his internal debate, Seven Light launched another assault. Like before, Seven Light executed 2 attacks. After Tyrant Dragon dodged one of the slashes, he used his greatsword to block the other. Since he only took 1 hit, he didn't stumble in the slightest. Sure enough, Tyrant Dragon could not help but smile at Seven Light's continuous assault. Although I don't know how you managed to grasp strength combination, based on your attacks, you haven't mastered it yet. It's more than enough to take you down. Seven Light snapped, attacking Tyrant Dragon again. Seven Light was aware that he hadn't mastered strength combination. If not for the extraordinary tower's training, he wouldn't have been able to execute the technique at all. Even though he could use the technique, he could only increase his attack strength by 30% after combining his strikes. He also knew that his minor advantage in basic attributes was practically negligible against an expert like Tyrant Dragon. If he tried to face the enemy berserker normally, he'd simply be seeking an early grave. He could only defeat the man by increasing his attack's raw power. With 30% more strength in his strikes, the berserker would suffer a fatal blow if he didn't counter the attacks properly. However, after launching several consecutive attacks, Seven Light's attacks grew weaker, and Tyrant Dragon was able to interrupt them forcibly before he could use the strength combination technique. If Tyrant Dragon had had any access to his skills, the berserker would have long since had defeated him. Fortunately, such an intense life-or-death battle had allowed Seven Light to recognize many of his flaws, especially with the way he utilized strength combination. "Brat, you may have a basic attribute advantage, but your time will end soon," Tyrant Dragon commented as he glanced around him. The dark smoke on the battlefield had begun to lessen, signaling that the AoE silence's duration was almost over. He didn't have access to his true strength while silenced, but once the effect was gone, he could finish Seven Light off in less than 10 seconds. If he was not silenced, however, he could finish Seven Light in less than 10 seconds. "What about this move then?" Seven Light asked as he activated his Demonkin set's 6-piece effect. Demonkin's Shadow. Black smoke began to emerge from Seven Light's body, enveloping him. The smoke hid his abrupt and rapid growth. It wasn't long before the smoke receded, revealing a 5-meter-tall Demonkin with a body covered in black smoke. The Demonkin swished his tail and glared at his opponent with frightening, crimson eyes. His killing intent was so intense that nearby players felt as if they had plunged into an icy hell. Before Tyrant Dragon could react to Seven Light's sudden transformation, the latter brandished his 2 swords. The speed and power of Seven Light's attacks had increased. Now, Tyrant Dragon had no opportunity to dodge the attacks, forced to receive the strikes with his great sword. Boom! One attack was already more than enough to send Tyrant Dragon airborne. Before the berserker could adjust his posture, another slash struck him, Seven Light's longsword cutting through his armor and plundering all of his HP. Meanwhile, Starlink's ordinary experts and 3 kills personal security despaired when they saw Seven Light's transformation into a Demonkin. Shi Feng was already difficult enough to deal with. Now, another monstrously powerful Demonkin had joined the battlefield. Not even 3 kills, who watched from atop one of the roadside cliffs, could maintain his composure, looking down at the fight with a somber expression. "You definitely aren't from the 100 Flowers Palace. There is no way the palace has experts like you. Who are you?" 3 kills demanded, glaring at Shi Feng and Seven Light. Chapter 2039, Zero Wing. 3 kills words echoed throughout the valley. Starlink's members who were in the midst of battle promptly reacted to his words, their gazes shifting to Seven Light and Shi Feng in fear. As 3 kills had said, the 100 Flowers Palace was only an ordinary first-rate guild. There was no way the guild could break past their blockade with only 14 players, killing so many of 3 kills peak experts. No matter how they thought about it, the palace wasn't capable of the feat. There was only one explanation for this. These 14 players were from a different power. Are you from Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor? Do you really have to be so secretive? 3 kills asked, staring at Shi Feng. It was only a matter of time before Shi Feng's group shattered the blockade. Stopping them was impossible, regardless of how much 3 kills wanted to. He couldn't figure out which power would be capable of dispatching such a small, yet powerful, assault team aside from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If either of these superpowers had intervened in this battle, Starlink would definitely have to be careful, especially if Crimson Emperor were responsible for this team. Starlink was already engaged in a war of annihilation with unyielding soul. If Crimson Emperor got involved, Starlink would likely have to face two superpowers at the same time. 3 kills needed to know if Shifeng's party originated from the superpower or not. You don't need to guess. We aren't from either of those guilds, Shifeng answered with a faint smile. He understood what 3 kills must be thinking. After all you've done here, don't tell me you're afraid of giving us your name? There are only a handful of powers in the Dark Knight Empire that are capable of accomplishing what you have. Do you really need to hide? 3 kills growled, attempting to provoke the swordsman. Starlink's members raised their voices in agreement the moment 3 kills finished his question. Our vice guild leader is right. You've already won this battle, yet you refuse to own up. You dare call yourselves a superpower with such cowardice. I bet they're afraid of our guild's retaliation, so they don't want to reveal themselves. That's right. Only cowardly guilds act like this. If they had faced us head-on and honestly, we would have flattened them. Starlink's members started to lambaste Shifeng and his party. They said anything they could think of to get a rise from the group. They no longer cared about their crumbling blockade, considering the feat as a matter of course. Now, they were only irked by the fact that Shifeng's group refused to reveal their guild after launching such a surprise attack. Vice Guild Leader 3, are you certain that you want to know? Shifeng could not help but sigh at 3 kills. What's there preventing you from telling us? 3 kills asked, rolling his eyes. Since Vice Guild Leader 3 has requested the name of our guild, 7, tell them where we're from. Make sure you say it loudly, Shifeng said, turning to 7 Light. Understood. 7 Light, who had transformed into a Demonkin, nodded. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, Listen up. We are from Zero Wing, and we have come under the 100 Flowers Palace's invitation. If you wish to keep your lives, you should run. After transforming into a gigantic Demonkin, 7 Light's voice had become much louder than normal players. His words easily reached players that stood several hundred yards away. Even the independent players standing outside of the first defensive line could hear him clearly. What did he say? There's Zero Wing's members. How can that be possible? Starlink's members couldn't believe the claim. Zero Wing might be a foreign name to the Dark Knight Empire's general populace, but it was familiar to players from the various guilds. The guild was, after all, the overlord of an entire kingdom. As Starlink members, they would have, more or less, investigated such a powerhouse. However, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild, only capable of rivaling first-rate guild strength. Claiming that the guild had players who could break past their blockade so effortlessly was a joke. They must be lying. Right? They must be afraid of revealing which superpower they belong to, so they're using Zero Wing to mislead us. They are shameless. And here I thought you had the courage to take responsibility for your actions. What's the point of claiming to be from another guild? Starlink's reaction to 7 Light's declaration was frenzied, as if their rage could only be appeased if Shifeng and his comrades admitted that they were truly from a superpower. 7 Light and the other Zero Wing members were at a loss. They did not know whether they should laugh or cry. They had told Starlink's members the truth, but the latter refused to believe them, trying to find incomprehensible reasons to force them into admitting their identities. They finally, forget it. Let's just destroy their fantasy and let them die in their foolishness, Shifeng said after glancing over Starlink's members, who had practically fallen into madness. 7 Light and his companions nodded, removing their black cloaks and revealing their true appearances before Starlink's forces. Even if Starlink's members refused to believe their claim, they couldn't ignore the 6-winged emblem the party members wore. That's a fake. It must be a disguise, right? They must be using a disguise. While Starlink's members still refused to believe that 7 Light and his party were from Zero Wing even after seeing the 6-winged emblem pinned to their armor, the independent players on the sidelines didn't doubt the fact. Rather, they were shocked by the revelation. Zero Wing is actually this strong. Zero Wing broke past Starlink's blockade with just 14 players? This is big news. After watching Shifeng and the others smash through Starlink's third line of defense so easily, the nearby independent players began to record the remaining battle and post the videos on the official forums. They planned to use this opportunity to make a little extra money on the side. At this time, one of the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts, who watched from several hundred yards away from the blockade, contacted Cleansed Rue. "How are things going on Zero Wing's side?" Cleansed Rue asked anxiously. She had already notified the assassin scouts to contact her the moment Zero Wing's members began to falter, but she hadn't received word even after so long. She had even begun to wonder if the assassin scouts had forgotten to do their jobs. If they didn't send someone to pin down 3 kills the moment Zero Wing's members fell, Crimson Heart's army would fall into a precarious position. "They just broke through," the reporting assassin said. "What did you say?" Cleansed Rue asked again, wondering if she had heard wrong. "Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's 14 members have broken through Starlink's blockade. Starlink's forces have descended into chaos. This is the best chance for us to break through," the assassin reported excitedly. "They broke through? But how?" Cleansed Rue couldn't help her astonishment. Was our information about 3KHI's presence incorrect? She couldn't understand how Shifeng's group could have succeeded if 3 kills had been present, but even if he weren't, there were still plenty of experts guarding the mountain pass. It still shouldn't be possible for just 14 players to break past the blockade. Chapter 2040, We Meet Again. Crimson Heart and her Dark Cloud Legion dashed through a quiet, forested canyon without paying any attention to their stamina consumption. Even when they were ambushed by monsters, their resistance was minimal, trying to avoid confrontation as much as possible. "Hurry! We must hurry!" Crimson Heart shouted as she looked at the system clock with a grim expression. 5 minutes had already passed since their assault on Starlink's blockades had begun. It was highly likely that 3 Kills' team had already reached her path, waiting ahead to stop her team. Although they had broken past Desert Tiger's blockade and had been pushing their mounts to the limit ever since, there were still multiple roadblocks ahead. The forces waiting for them might not be as powerful as Desert Tiger's, but they would slow the Legion's progress. "Vice Guild Leader, I spotted another blockade ahead. It's manned by roughly 3,000 players," a Tier 2 Ranger suddenly reported through the team chat. 3,000? Crimson Heart frowned slightly. This was bad news for their team. Normally, a guild would post its forces on multiple sections of the road to seal it off. She had never expected so many players to man the secondary blockades. They had already sacrificed over 400 players during the clash with Desert Tiger's forces, which meant they had less than 600 players remaining. If they tried to fight their way past another 3,000 players in such a forested region, they'd pay another considerable price and waste quite a bit of time. Gritting her teeth, Crimson Heart commanded, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Once we shake apart the barricade, I want everyone to gather and force through from a single point." Aside from the blood source potions, she had prepared a few trump cards to fortify Moon Creek Town to increase their chances of surviving until the 100 Flowers Palace's army arrived. The Tier 3 summoning scrolls were one of these cards. She had planned to reserve these scrolls for the fight in Moon Creek Town, but to blast past Starlink's blockade as quickly as possible and maintain the distance between her team, 3 Kills, and Desert Tigers, she had no choice but to use them. Understood. Several Tier 2 summoners behind Crimson Heart nodded in response. A short moment later, Crimson Heart and her force arrived before a section of wooded valley that several hundred MTs guarded. A large number of rangers and elementalists also hid in the trees along both sides of the road. As soon as Crimson Heart's team moved within range, these rangers and elementalists would bombard them with spells and arrows. However, when less than 100 yards separated the two forces, for summoners atop mounts began to chant an incantation, unfurling the magic scrolls in their hands. Responding to the summoner's magic, 4 level 75 Great Lords appeared before the Dark Cloud Legion and charged towards Starlink's defensive lines. Attack. Attack with everything you've got. Although the sudden appearance of 4 level 75 Great Lords had surprised Starlink's members, they were elite and expert players, reacting quickly and attacking the Great Lords on sight. Tier 2 skills and spells flew at the summon monsters, inflicting damages in the thousands. At the same time, the Tier 2 MTs on the front line activated their life-saving skills, while the rear line healers began to cast their healing spells. Despite the level advantage, the Great Lords weren't able to scatter the blockade quickly. However, with the 4 Great Lords taking most of the damage, Crimson Heart's team was able to approach the frontline MTs with relative ease. Starlink's Tier 2 MTs had their hands full with the level 75 Great Lords, and as a result, they fell instantly under the Dark Cloud Legion's concentrated attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Tier 2 MTs from Starlink died, opening a massive rift in the defensive line. Although the other MTs tried to fill the hole, Crimson Heart gave them no opportunities to do so as she brandished her daggers. When her blades struck, even Tier 2 MTs stumbled away from her. Despite the fervent attacks from Starlink's ranged players, Crimson Heart easily avoided their bombardment and continued to widen the gap in the enemy's defensive line by relying on the Great Lord's massive frames. This allowed the Dark Cloud Legion members to break past the blockade as a single unit. Yet, despite their success, Crimson Heart's team had still suffered more than 50 casualties in the assault. A few seconds after Crimson Heart's team broke through the blockade, a Tier 2 Ranger reported, "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's members are giving chase." So soon? Crimson Heart's expression twisted when she heard this. She hadn't expected Starlink's players to reorganize and take up the chase so quickly. "How far are they?" "Roughly 700 yards, the Tier 2 Ranger said. "Leave 2 Great Lords behind to delay them," Crimson Heart commanded after giving the matter some thought. Even for ordinary players, 700 yards wasn't a vast distance, much less elite and expert players with their own mounts. If they allowed the Starlink members to get too close, they'd get caught in a pincer attack the moment they ran into the next blockade. With the Legion's remaining combat power, a pincer attack would signal their demise. They could only try to buy as much time as possible in this situation. After receiving their orders, 2 of the 4 summoners controlling the Great Lords split away from the team, staying behind to delay their enemies. Fortunately, the 2 Great Lords were quite effective, allowing Crimson Heart's team to put more distance between them and Starlink's forces as time passed. Now that the Legion had 2 Great Lords to lead the way, Crimson Heart's players no longer had to worry about monster interference. The Great Lords swept aside any monsters that attempted to ambush the players effortlessly. Moreover, with the Great Lord's strength, breaking past the blockades manned by 1 or 2,000 players became significantly easier. Vice Guild Leader will reach Moon Creek Town in less than 10 minutes, a Tier 2 Ranger excitedly reported after looking at Silent Canyon's system map. "Everyone, get ready. Once we enter the town, we'll likely have another tough battle to face," Crimson Heart said as she breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey had not been easy. Despite using Tier 3 summoning scrolls, the Dark Cloud Legion had still lost players. Now, fewer than 200 members remained. Fortunately, they were almost to Moon Creek Town. As long as they passed the blood source potions out to the players in Moon Creek Town, they should be able to buy enough time for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. However, as Moon Creek Town appeared on the horizon, several hundred fire arrows rained down on Crimson Heart and her team. Caught off guard, the Legion tried to dodge the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, the fire arrows were quite fast, and not even the Dark Cloud Legion's experts could dodge them in time, taking the hits. To make matters worse, these experts fell after taking 2 fire arrows. The arrow's power was nothing like the spells players typically used. As chaos tore at Crimson Heart's team, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the Dark Cloud Legion. "This is a magic barrier." Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched the translucent barrier form around her players. "That's right, we prepared this specifically for you. Are you surprised?" Suddenly, a rugged voice emerged from within the barrier, familiar enough that Crimson Heart and her companions spun toward its origin. Before they had realized it, a large group of players had appeared in the clearing ahead of them. The origin of the rugged voice was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker. Desert Tiger? Crimson Heart was stunned when she saw the man. How did you get here? Her Dark Cloud Legion had lost over 400 members during the battle with Starlink's first blockade. Desert Tiger himself had been responsible for over 1/4 of those deaths. If her subordinates hadn't fought as desperately as they had, Desert Tiger might have pinned her down, and they never would have made it past the first roadblock. Logically, Desert Tiger should still be far behind her team, yet he stood before her now. Why wouldn't she be surprised? Don't tell me you think that mounts are the only way to cross long distances quickly. Desert Tiger chuckled as he looked at Crimson Heart. Could it be a flying tool? Crimson Heart suddenly thought of a possibility. Now that the Silent Canyon was sealed off, teleportation within the canyon would be impossible. The only other travel method she could think of that was faster than a mount was a flying tool. However, flying tools were extremely precious. She had only ever heard of such tools, never actually seen one before. Smart. Desert Tiger nodded. He then chuckled and said, "Well, are you going to surrender quietly? Or do you truly want to face us a second time?" Surrender! Crimson Heart sneered at Desert Tiger and his team. That depends on whether or not you can force us to. Desert Tiger's team only consisted of 100 players at this point. Meanwhile, a dozen or so players maintained the magic barrier. This proved that the barrier wasn't that strong, so the Dark Cloud Legion had a chance of breaking out of it. Since that is your answer, show me what the 100 Flowers Palace is capable of, Desert Tiger said, smiling as he waved a hand. Immediately, the several dozen players around him stepped into the array and charged at Crimson Heart's team. However, once the two forces met each other in battle, the Dark Cloud Legion members were stupefied. The two forces' combat power was on entirely different levels. A single Starlink expert was strong enough to overwhelm 2 or 3 Dark Cloud Legion experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of the Dark Cloud Legion members lasted more than 10 moves. Even an expert as powerful as Crimson Heart was forced to focus on defense against 5 Starlink experts' coordinated attacks. Refinement Realm experts? Crimson Heart could tell that her 5 opponents were far stronger than the other Starlink experts her team fought. They had definitely reached the Refinement Realm. The overall standard of Desert Tiger's newest team was far stronger than the players he had commanded earlier. I'm sure you can see the difference between our forces. Staying in the 100 Flowers Palace is a waste for an expert like yourself. Why don't you join Starlink instead? If you submit to me, I can recommend that the guild give you an elder position at the very least. You won't have to fall with the 100 Flowers Palace, Desert Tiger offered. Despite the fact that he had Crimson Heart cornered, he didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, he continued to try to persuade her, saying, "If you are hoping that the team on the other path will reach the town, I'd suggest you abandon the idea. Unlike myself, those old fossils don't have the patience to play with their opponents." "In your dreams," Crimson Heart growled, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to make a last stand. "Since that is the case, I'll send you to hell alongside your precious palace," Desert Tiger bellowed. He immediately activated charge, targeting Crimson Heart. However, as soon as Desert Tiger entered the magic barrier, an indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. "Vice Guild Leader Crimson, I'm truly sorry for the long wait." Everyone turned toward the voice's origin the instant they heard it, spotting a dozen or so figures a short distance away from the magic barrier. The leader of the group was a cloaked, young man. Chapter 2041, She's Telling the Truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shifeng's party on the plain, Broad Road. "How are you here?" Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shifeng and his companions. For a moment, she even wondered if she was hallucinating. Did you manage to circle around 3 kills blockade? Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger, yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. The only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 kills team entirely. There's a way to skirt around the blockades? Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shifeng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. How is this possible? Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shifeng's party had successfully evaded 3 kills forces due to the party's small size, but for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Rue's to evade detection? That was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 kills blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Rue's team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace? Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Rue's team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several hundred Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly. How did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course, Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile when she saw Crimson Heart's confusion. She had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shifeng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here. Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 kills guarded the other. 3 kills was on your path, so how do you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. I'm telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shifeng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work? And your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move during the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6-winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them. Don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shifeng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, however, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap! Stop them quickly! Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shifeng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad comprised of Refinement Realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a Refinement Realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad, not to mention a team without any Refinement Realm experts. With the 10-man assault squad taking the lead, the 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two sides' strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's Refinement Realm experts approach Shifeng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several Refinement Realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now. But just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them. So fast. Was that an attack? The blue light bewildered the 10 Refinement Realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these Refinement Realm experts found themselves unable to move. Following which, the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon, they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths. As the 10 Refinement Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 Refinement Realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it! What did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Shifeng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 Refinement Realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Shifeng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at Zero Wings party from 4 different directions to surround the players instead. To kill all 10 Refinement Realm experts with one attack, Shifeng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching Refinement Realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim. She was telling the truth. Chapter 2042, Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 Refinement Realm experts had been instant-killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move. In the blink of an eye, 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks. Taking the lead, Seven Light activated Wind Blade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MT's sturdy shields. Tier 2 skill, Omnislash. Suddenly, 4 sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his long swords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left 7 lights longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although 7 lights' actions seemed slow, from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around 7 lights stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground, dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now, less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worst for Starlink's force. Vice Guild Leader were too outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us. One of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported. They would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue's teams, but Shifeng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Shifeng's players were eliminated. If Shifeng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they would suffer for it. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Shifeng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. Elder Yifeng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us, Crimson Heart said as she approached Shifeng, complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the 100 Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now, less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Rue's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Rue had so strongly supported an alliance between the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing. You're welcome. Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shifeng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing's members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them, and while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the 100 Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war. Following which, time passed uneventfully. Due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival, a relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege as if they weren't related to the war in the least. Big Sis Ru, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less. Cleansed Ru excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls, as she approached. 3 hours? Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, the Hundred Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations, after all. Meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance. Although, she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both vice guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range as if waiting for something. Are they not here to attack? Cleansed Ru muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town? When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual. They're not attacking? Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. No, something's not right, Ru. Why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe, the army has absolute confidence in its victory? Cleansed Ru considered the situation, but after a moment, she realized something. Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time. Crimson Heart yelled. Chapter 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Ru couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the Hundred Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple, small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the Hundred Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the Hundred Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret. And Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets. If all of those 100-plus large ballistas fired together, So, this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the 100 Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower, but after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. This is Starlink. Is this a joke? How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours. At this point, the players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guild spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites, with the defender's advantage, should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100-plus large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the 100 Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the 100 Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans, but now, the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly... Shadow Flower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was: making an example of the 100 Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town. So, it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately and get as many people out of there as possible. Shadow Flower commanded, frustrated, after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town. Guild leader, the 100 Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawn Webb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xinglua. They want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are? Lu Xinglua revealed a playful smile. From what 3 and Tiger have told me, Zero Wings members are participating in this war. That is the case, Dawn Webb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the 100 Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every Zero Wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive. Lu Xinglua said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawn Webb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink has sent a reply. Zero wing or survival, we can only choose one, Cleansed Rue said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero Wings members away from the battlefield. This is the 100 Flowers Palace's problem. Zero Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansed Rue nodded. Cleansed Rue left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xinglua, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the 100 Flowers Palace dead. Chapter 2044, Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xinglua's command, the 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them. When Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero Wings members saw this, they, too, were shocked. Amazing! So, this is a guild war? Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on two different levels. So, this is a superpower's true strength. Although they were refinement realm experts, Seven Light and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the 100 Flowers Palace. It also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Shi Feng could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballista's attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets. Since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain and its materials weren't that rare, it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Shi Feng had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. It could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, they couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas. "Commander Yifeng, I've finally found you," Cleansed Ru said as she ran toward Shifeng. "The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape." "You're abandoning Moon Creek Town?" Shifeng asked in an odd tone. From what he understood, Moon Creek Town was the Hundred Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the empire. "We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great." "At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible," Cleansed Ru said, shaking her head. She, too, wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadowflower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome. Against more than 100 large ballistas, Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. "Is that so?" Shifeng, more or less, understood the Hundred Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, "What if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town?" "Hold on to Moon Creek Town?" Cleansed Ru blinked in surprise at Shifeng's words. Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only, if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets, Shifeng said, nodding. "Is that really possible?" Cleansed Ru asked, needing confirmation from Shifeng once more. She knew what Shifeng was trying to say. As long as the Hundred Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town, but she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. "I'm 80% confident," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%? Cleansed Ru stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000-strong elite army and 100-plus large ballistas, Shifeng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. "If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts?" Shifeng asked. "All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately." Cleansed Ru nodded to Shifeng's conditions and confident tone. She then contacted Shadowflower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer, word for word, and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town? Against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansed Ru's claim difficult to believe. Not even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, we won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point, Shadowflower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shifeng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire. Following which, Cleansed Ru signed a contract with Shifeng on behalf of Shadowflower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the Hundred Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the Hundred Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. "Commander Yifeng, what do you need the Hundred Flowers Palace to do?" Cleansed Ru asked once the contract had been signed. "How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town?" Shifeng responded with a question. "We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansed said. If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile. Not bad. It should be enough. Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, "All right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets." Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time. Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. Chapter 2045, Guardian Puppet appears. Just them. Cleansed was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shifeng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had AoE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shifeng was playing a prank on her. Relax. Seven Light and the others are quite strong, Shifeng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the Hundred Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army. Knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate, even the palace's expert players, who had experienced countless life-or-death battles, couldn't help their growing nerves. As Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield, Shifeng and Cleansed arrived near her post on the wall. "Commander Yifeng, you're here," Crimson Heart greeted Shifeng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us? Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the Hundred Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansed realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry, but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the Hundred Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas? It didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items. They lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of 3 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Shifeng arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret. "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's army is within shooting range." The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack. Target the most concentrated areas. Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army as if they had collided with a translucent wall. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into two categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the Hundred Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the Hundred Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xinglua laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Dawn Webb replied before relaying Lu Xinglua's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within 3 yards of the town. Attack! Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom! 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 The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the Hundred Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballista's attacks. The Hundred Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballista's assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade, and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas." Understood. Hearing Shi Feng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged towards Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the Hundred Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash towards Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them silly? Lu Xinglua sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. 4 large ballistas, which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. 4 massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew toward Zero Wing's members. However, just before the crimson light struck Seven Lights group, four gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible! Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. For massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. Chapter 2046, Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks, yet the four giants had blocked all four arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack! All large ballistas attack those robots together. After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Show! 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 The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly. Like a meteor shower, the arrows rained down on the four Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical life form's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. Seven Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boomdash. Following which, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The four Guardian Puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian Puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the Guardian Puppets charge toward them, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical life forms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the Guardian Puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical life forms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Feng remained unperturbed. Seven Lights group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the truth realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us. Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballista's attacks did nothing to slow the Guardian Puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, Seven Lights group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards. 500 yards. 200 yards. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the four Guardian Puppets came to a sudden halt as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array? Looking at the barrier before him, Seven Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity! Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few Tier 3 attacks. Lu Xinglua sneered Seven Light's group. All large ballistas, focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had AL 3-yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballista's arrows would reach them and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the Guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now, only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all 4 Guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines. Immediately, 60 ballista arrows flew towards Seven Light's Guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom. Although Seven Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his Guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around Seven Light's position. Even players in Moon Creek Town, over 1,000 yards away, could see the smoke rising from the crater. We're doomed. The 100 Flowers Palace members, who had still held on to hope, turned ashen when they saw this. Once again, they were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the Guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xinglua nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another Guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick, black smoke. It was none other than Seven Light's Guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained whole. It's unharmed? How is that possible? Lu Xinglua's smile froze when he saw Seven Light's Guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballista's attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical lifeform. Unfortunate, the Guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xinglua and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the Guardian puppet had a total of 1,000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, Seven Light's Guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic, mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the Guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier. Tier 3 skill Flame Jab. Boom! A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. Chapter 2047, Let's Get Serious as well. As the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas, who had been preparing to attack another Guardian puppet, stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No. This is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the Guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now, this one Guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical life form stood before them and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet? When Seven Light and his three companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that Seven Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their Guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different, after all. The 4-0 wing players controlled their Guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, Seven Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall Guardian puppets. When the Guardian puppets' sword arms descended, they halved the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep groves, over a dozen meters or so long, into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3. In that single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks. Yet, the Guardian puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the Guardian puppets' power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it! All large ballistas, retreat immediately! Lu Xinglua hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista cost 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink's summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned Great Lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! Seven Light brandished his Guardian puppet's 2 sword arms at the approaching 2 Great Lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over -1 million damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista. Remnant Cloud and the others managed to shake off the Great Lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xinglua and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the Great Lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost 1 large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing! So, this is the strength Zero Wing has been hiding all this time. Crimson Heart's and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero Wing take 1 large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the Hundred Flowers Palace, but to the Zero Wings Guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now, it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero Wing was so confident of helping the Hundred Flowers Palace repel Starlink. "I want all of them dead," Lu Xinglue bellowed as he glared at the 4 Guardian puppets. "Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now." "Understood." Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the Guardian puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the Guardian puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the Guardian puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town. Under Lu Xinglue's command, the Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big Sis Crimson, the 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength, Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shifeng, she asked, "Commander Yifeng, do you have any countermeasures?" She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, 4 Guardian puppets aren't enough. The situation didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although the Guardian puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment, he replied, "Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same." "Get serious?" Shifeng's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could and more. "Let's head over to the other side and take a look," Shifeng said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town. By the time Shifeng and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them. Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the Hundred Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. "Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town," Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xinglue. "Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now." Lu Xinglue snarled viciously as he watched the 4 Guardian puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, a gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xinglue wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon? Chapter 2048. This side is scarier. Why is there a dragon? Lu Xinglue was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek Town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek Town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only Tier 3. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array, magic unit. Starlink's experts shouted. Although they, too, were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a Tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a Tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array's suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of Tier 3 summon creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down, although they'd have to pay a high price to do so. Following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 Tier 3 summon creatures. Although these summon creatures were not as high-leveled as the flame dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more Tier 3 summon creatures? Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summoned creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the flame dragon was much stronger than the Tier 3 summon creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the flame dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 Tier 3 summon creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army to contend with. The large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppets 7 Light and his comrades controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballista's arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek Town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. No. Quick, get out of there. Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3 Curse, Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire. After 3 waves of descending meteorites, the ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 Tier 3 summon creatures also lay within the sea of fire. Although the summon creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it! How do they have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait, I think that spell came from the flame dragon. Isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that flame dragon? No, it's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar. Before anyone could react, another gigantic, crimson array appeared above Starlink's army, but unlike the previous attack, this was a twofold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate. This time, meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AoE. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the 100 Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Once more, everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zerg tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Feng remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit, "Go! Destroy those large ballistas." The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off superpowers' large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a Tier 3 creature right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only Tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the Tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Feng's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a Tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flame spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. Chapter 2049, Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move. Quick, ranged players, stop that thing. Large ballistas, scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had Tier 3 summon creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding, miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain. Roar! As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, it revealed a scorched groove, 5 meters deep, in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into two halves. 2 large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the 100 Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So, this is Zero Wing? An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Shifeng beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerg tactics? Siege tools? In front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the Fire Spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing! With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden? That can't be right. If the 100 Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew. First, Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets, slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then, the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower, yet despite its strength, they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray, in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Dawn Webb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat. Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood. I'll relay the command right away. Dawn Webb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shun then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawn Webb's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the Guardian Puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase, allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefield. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin. For a moment, everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost? Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian Puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing, a guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire. Now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire, the empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. Chapter 2050 Empire Upheaval Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively, both day and night. It was a city that never slept. Currently, however, a deathly silence reigned over the meeting room in Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost. Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100+ large ballistas, yet Starlink had suffered defeat. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was ridiculous. Mitchum. According to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50+ large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing! With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Heart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange. The proposal the guild's upper echelons suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Heart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian Puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful sighs. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, Yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right. Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the Strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised Unyielding Soul's upper echelons, they paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing. Investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silver Pine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silver Pine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silver Pine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again. Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right, have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silver Pine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the 100 Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the 100 Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood. The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart. Before the battle at Moon Creek Town, Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice-guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Yifeng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the 100 Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shifeng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the 100 Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. Mitchum. These will do. Shifeng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the secret chamber of commerce and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the 100 Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead. As Shi Feng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement: a total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051, Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Shi Feng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted, but he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the dark forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's domain was about to begin. After Shi Feng settled the management rights transfer for the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Shi Feng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players, in particular, had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Shi Feng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Star Moon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities, which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Shi Feng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I've brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Shi Feng entered the room. But from now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Shi Feng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this. In the auction arena, players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past Fine Gold rank would be temporarily frozen at Fine Gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources, it only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200-man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary, but when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shi Feng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants, but now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, he had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Shi Feng also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, there was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some. Settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm and retrieved the Ancient God's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the Ancient God's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Shi Feng tapped on the key made of red luminary stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.